Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our board meeting. I'd like to call us to order at 9:07. Trustee Charchin is joining us online today, and so she's going to be reading our land acknowledgement.
Oki, hello. Welcome to our division office located on the traditional land and territory of the Niitsitapi, Piikani, Kainai, and Siksika, the Blackfoot people, within the Treaty 7 region of southern Alberta.
Thank you, Trustee Charchin. I'd like us to all now stand for O Canada. Thank you from the students from Isabel Sellen for that great O Canada. Moving on to the consent agenda. Sorry. If there are no errors or omissions in the minutes of the February 26th board meeting, as arranged, it's recommended that the minutes be approved by the board. Can I get someone to make that motion, please? The consent agenda be approved. Trustee Yegas? Trustee Yegas, did you have something? Oh, okay. Oh, you made the motion. Thank you. Sorry, I thought you were having your hand up. Trustee Charchin, I hear your hand is up.
Sorry, can I still pull from the consent agenda?
Yes.
Okay, can I please pull the Grantham Advisory and Professional Learning?
Is the Grantham Advisory just for information?
Yes, for an update, yes.
Okay, and then the PD? All right, so we'll make that. So we'll make that, I guess, E9 for the PD. And then we'll make F4 for the Grantham, or F5, sorry. Any other changes to the consent agenda? All right, see none, it's the recommendation that the March 25th, 2024 consent agenda be approved by the Board of Trustees as amended. All in favor? Yeah, we should. Thank you, Trustee Charchin. All right, that one's passed. We'll move on to emergent changes to the agenda. Recommendation that the March 25th, 2024 regular board meeting agenda be approved by the Board of Trustees as presented or amended. Can I get someone to make that motion, please? Trustee Toon? Are there any changes to the agenda? All right, hearing none. Recommendation that the March 25th, 2024 regular board meeting agenda be approved by the Board of Trustees as amended. I am going to now call for any opposed, just because Trustee Charchin is online. So any opposed? Thank you. Passed. Declaration of conflict of interest. Recommendation that the Board of Trustees declare if they have any conflicts of interest relating to the agenda items up from the March 25th, 2024 board meeting, and if so, should declare them. Seeing none. Moving on to our action items. E1, Board Policy. Board Policy Chair, Trustee Gimber, will review Board Policies 4, Role of the Trustee, 8, Board Operations, and 21, Welcome, Caring, Respectful, and Safe Learning Environment. The recommendation number 1, that the Board of Trustees approve Board Policy 4, Role of the Trustees, as presented or amended. Trustee Gimber, you're making that motion. I'd like to turn it over to you.
Thank you. Okay, so policy 4, role of the trustee. This one we looked at. Yep, that's okay. Seeking clarity. Yeah. Okay, so this one we looked at a couple of months ago for February, when there was changes made to the colony schools. So that has been added as point number 4 under specific responsibilities of individual trustees. Right there. And then we just did formatting changes in number 11 and added an appendix B to actually include the names of the trustees and their school and colony assignments to go along with them. And all of that was amended in February 2024.
Any questions at all? All right, seeing none. It is the recommendation that the Board of Trustees approve Board Policy 4, Role of the Trustees, as presented. Any opposed? Passed. Moving on to Board Policy 8, that the Board of Trustees approve Board Policy 8, Board Operations, as presented or amended. And Trustee Gimber, again, making that motion, so I'll just turn it over to you.
Thank you. Okay, so policy 8, same deal as the policy 4. We looked at it in February, and changes were made because of the colony schools being added. There was a couple just vocabulary changes at the beginning, but near, where are we here? Section 4 was formatting, was changes done, and then carrying on down to 6, I think is where the big, yep, 6.1 BL. We added and quality visits to the school council meeting section. And then the other thing that we wanted to point out was 6.5 was with regards to devices. There's been some comments recently wondering when and how devices are paid. So the information is already in 6.5. And then 6.6, just a repetitive word was removed. And those are everything for the changes. There's nothing else there.
Perfect, thank you. Trustee Poitras?
Yeah, I just wondered if 6.5, if a trustee chooses to use their own device, it's their responsibility to add the device to a timesheet. It's not automatically like paid out at any certain time during that trustee's trusteeship. So I wondered if anyone felt that needed to be added to policy somewhere, or if it's just something that would be shared with them. I know that it's been a misinformation in the past, missed information in the past, and resulted in not having that payment go through. So I just wondered if any trustees had thoughts around if policy is the right place to put that, or if it should maybe be added to our norms.
Trustee Toot?
I think that's a great point. If we just added during the last sentence, responsible for maintaining the device for the duration of the term and submitting for reimbursement, we're adding to the claim form. However, trustees want to word it, but I think that's a great idea, Trustee Poitras.
Any other questions, comments? Okay, seeing none. Was that it for policy then, Trustee Kimber? All right, so the recommendation that the Board of Trustees approve Board Policy 8, Board Operations, as amended. Any opposed? Seeing none, carried. Recommendation number 3, that the Board of Trustees approve Board Policy 21, Welcome, Caring, Respectful, and Safe Learning Environment, as presented or amended. Trustee Kimber.
Thank you. Okay, policy 21, we reviewed. There's no changes at this time to any of the policy, except there is some formatting on page right there that would need to be removed, that big white space. But aside from that, that's everything. There's no changes. And then the bottom would just need to be marked that we reviewed it. Please.
Thank you. Any questions around Board Policy 21? All right, any opposed to, I guess I should read the recommendation first. That the Board of Trustees approve Board Policy 21, Welcome, Caring, Respectful, and Safe Learning Environment, as presented. Any opposed? Seeing none, carried. Thank you, Trustee Gimber. Moving on to Regional School Council Terms of Reference. The ASCA Conference. Trustee Long?
I'd like to request that we go on camera before we discuss the next item. My reasoning is I would like to discuss the functionality of the board as a group before we go and vote on these next items.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Long. He's requested to go in camera. I'm going to call for any opposed. All right, seeing none, we will move into camera at 9:20. Thank you. All righty, everyone.
Okay, can you hear me now? Hey, hang on, I can't get my camera to work. Okay, you can see me now. Okay, good.
All right, I'm going to call us back to our agenda. Moving on to our Regional School Council terms of reference. The ASCA conference and AGM is an important tool for parents to have a voice at the provincial level. Parents and/or delegates attending their annual general meeting vote on resolutions, sometimes also by proxy. With changes often occurring on the floor, it can be helpful to have at least one trustee in attendance at these meetings. Recommendation: that the Board of Trustees pay for the chair of the Regional School Council to attend the ASCA conference and AGM. If the chair is unavailable to attend, another trustee may attend in their place, with preference given first to the Regional School Council committee member. Trustee Gimber has made this motion. I would like to now turn it over to you.
Thank you. So this is follow-up to the motion from last month to have a representative attend the ASCA conference and AGM with parents that go to vote. It's something that I think should be put into the terms of reference for the Regional School Council. So that's why this recommendation is coming forward. That's it.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? Trustee Long?
I would like to make an amendment. I can't help laughing now. I understand where Trustee Gimber is with this. We had the motion at our last board meeting that if a parent was, someone from parent council was going, that a trustee would attend along with them. I would make an amendment to this that if we have parent council members going, even if it's one, that the chair of Regional School Council go along with that parent. In other words, what I'm saying is that the chair does not go alone, but it's the chair that should be going.
As long as we have parents going from school councils, that's what you're saying, right? Sorry, I just want to make sure that that's captured correctly.
It shouldn't be just a trustee that goes, it should be the chair that goes along.
Okay.
Our previous motion was that a trustee would attend along with the parents. I would like to amend that the chair attends along with the parents or parent.
Yeah. And so the recommendation on this one was that the chair is going to the conference, and only if the chair was unavailable, then another trustee may attend in their place. Okay, and so you're just adding, as long as we have council members attending. Okay, perfect. Okay. All right, we have an amendment on the floor. Trustee Yeages.
This is a point of information. I was wondering how the amendment is different from what has already been stated in the motion.
So I believe Trustee Yeages is just adding to make sure that we have parents going from the school council, because we don't want to just send the chair unless we have parents going. So it's just adding in if we have parent council member attending. So maybe school, should it maybe say school council members attending? Sorry, trustee Long, cut myself off. Add to that?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, is that we're not sending the chair by themselves. But if a parent is going, that the chair is the person that goes.
Trustee Yegus, did that clarify your question? Okay. Trustee Gimber, did you have your hand up?
I was just thinking if we just put a comma after AGM in that first line and then put the, if we have a parent council member attending, would be a good spot for it to fit.
Okay. We have an amendment on the floor, so we're just going to speak to the amendment. Is there any other questions around that? Okay, we're going to vote on the amendment. Is any opposed? All right, we'll go back to the motion now with the amendment added in, that the Board of Trustees pay for the chair of the Regional School Council to attend the ASCA conference and AGM. If we have parent council members attending, if the chair is unavailable to attend, another trustee may attend in their place with preference given first to the other Regional School Council committee member. So now we're speaking to the motion. Trustee Gimber?
Can I just change the wording on it a bit? Instead of if we have, can we just put if there is? Yeah. There. Yeah. a
Yeah, it's school
council.
council, yeah. Yes. Would the board accept that as word changing? Okay. Any opposed? Are you opposed, trustee Poitras? Oh, okay. So we've just did some wordsmithing, so I'll just reread it out and then if you have a question, that the Board of Trustees pay for the chair of the Regional School Council to attend the ASCA conference and AGM. If there is a school council member attending, if the chair is unable to attend, another trustee may attend in their place with preference given first to the other Regional School Council committee member. Trustee Poitras.
Yep. I just wondered about having the trustee or the regional council chair attend the ASCA conference. I think the most important piece is for the trustee to be there for the AGM, which is the session where everything is on the floor and motions can be changing. And so I just wondered.
Point of order.
Yep.
We should just be discussing the amendment right now, right?
There's no amendment.
It's part of the motion. We did. I asked if any was opposed. That's okay. That's okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Sorry, yeah.
Anyways, so I wonder that the Board of Trustees pay the chair of the Regional School Council to attend the ASCA AGM. So I guess I would make an amendment just to strike ASCA.
Trustee Poitras, there is a little point of order here that I'm just going to call, just because of our last motion, it was to attend the full conference. And so I think if we, it would be going back on the previous motion that was approved.
So this motion
Is for terms of reference.
has nothing to do with the motion that we already passed. This would be terms of reference going forward. So this would be in their terms of reference for every single year. That's my understanding. Is that correct? Yes, so if this goes into terms of reference, this is moving forward. So this doesn't affect the motion that we already made, that one trustee would be going this year to the ASCA conference and AGM. I'm suggesting moving forward, if this does go into terms of reference, I would make an amendment to strike conference and from that current motion, so that it then read that the Board of Trustees pay for the chair of the Regional Council to attend the ASCA AGM if there's a school council member attending. If the chair is unable to attend, another trustee may attend in their place with a preference given first to the other regional school council member. I think there's a lot of great things that happen at the ASCA conference. It happens partially on Friday and Saturday, where the AGM is only on Sunday. It also can be I think the spirit of this motion is to have them attend in person instead of online, so they can sit at the table with the parents that are there. But I think the most important part is that they're there for the AGM when those resolutions come forward, so that if they're changed on the floor and those parents need more background information on what does this mean for our school division, and trustees have some more of that information and knowledge, that we're there for that piece. So I think that's the most important piece, and I think it could be significant cost savings. There is a big difference between the conference, which I think this year is about $600, and just attending for the AGM, which I think is around 110, plus 2 nights hotel would be just one. So.
Thank you, Trustee Poitras. All right, we have an amendment on the floor that the Board of Trustees pay for the chair of the Regional School Council to attend the ASCA AGM if there is a school council member attending. If the chair is unable to attend, another trustee may attend in their place with preference given first to the other Regional School Council committee member. We are just speaking to the amendment, which is to strike out the conference. Any questions? Trustee Yegas.
I think for paying for just the AGM, I think the chair should be allowed to go, or should be paid for the whole conference to go to, because I think the conference for the chair is also important, to be with one of their council chairs, so that they could discuss some of the things that are happening, rather than just going to the AGM. Because if not, then they will have to pay for everything themselves out of their PD. I think it's, yeah, other than the AGM. I would disagree with this amendment, because I think it should be paid, the whole conference should be paid for, and the AGM.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Yegas. Trustee Charchin?
Thank you. I think I'm somewhere in between these two and just maybe wanted to seek a little clarity. Is the conference around professional learning, and does that professional learning relate to the conversations at the AGM? Because I think there's two parts here. One, there's a fairly significant financial cost, but if what happens at the conference is very relevant to the AGM, then I think there's also the professional learning to be gained. So can anybody speak to what the conference looks like in relation to the AGM?
All right, Trustee Poitras has asked if she could speak to the question that Trustee Charchin had.
Absolutely. So the conference it's an excellent conference. It is very parent focused, and it is not in relation to any of the resolutions. So often ASCA, the Alberta School Council Association, will pick a theme like Lighten New Minds or something like that. And then they offer classes and professional development for all the parents who are attending. Classes we've attended in the past is understanding around school busing. We attended one that talked specifically about how to build a new playground for your school through your council, with your funding, what kind of grants you can do. So there's all different kinds of classes to help make parent councils better. This is information they can take back and use as a parent council to help improve the school. It is not based on or planned around any of the resolutions, and the resolutions come completely independent, and even after they've already, I believe, after they've started planning the conference. So there may be some resolutions that you could gain understanding from if there happens to be a relevant class. However, they are not, they don't go hand in hand. They're not planned together. Because the resolutions come from school councils, aside from a few that come from the board.
Thank you, Trustee Poitras. We have Trustee Long and then Trustee Gimber.
I think it's important that we show support for our parent council, even if it's one parent going or 15. I think it's good public relations that we're there showing that they're important, and we think they're important.
Thank you, Trustee Long. Trustee Gimber?
And I think that not only there is the conference with the sessions, but there's also the Friday evening social and the dinner that goes along with it. That's a great time to connect and network with the parents that are up there. So I would be against your amendment.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Gimber. Any other questions, comments? I'll just put my 2 bits in then. I feel like the session sometimes, maybe the PD that the chair can get out of them, maybe then can go back and help actually support our school councils and in their learnings, because I feel like some of the sessions we took, we were able to share what we learned with our school councils and with the trustees to help them also work with their school councils. So I do feel like maybe not every session, but I feel like maybe a lot of the sessions could actually benefit the chair from going in her role as a regional school council and is in our roles in supporting our school councils. So if there's no other comments, we're just going to be voting on the amendment. Yeah. Trustee Poitras, you wanted to close?
Sure. Yeah, I just really felt it was important to have this conversation. I appreciate all the conversation on the floor, and I agree, now that we've had the conversation, there's a lot of really important bonding that goes on and information that can come back and maybe affect regional school councils. So if we're going to have them going up there, you know, for that 12-hour session anyways, then I think spending that time with our chairs would be important, so.
Thank you, Trustee Poitras. She's closed already, Trustee Long. And so I'm going to call the question. I'm going to be asking for any opposed to the amendment. So it's defeated. Which takes us back to the main motion that the Board of Trustees pay for the chair of the Regional School Council to attend the ASCA conference and AGM. If there is a school council member attending, if the chair is unable to attend, another trustee may attend in their place with preference given to first to the other regional school council member. Trustee, sorry, Trustee Toon.
Thank you, Chair. I think Trustee Poitras made a great comment earlier, and I think adding the words, if the chair is unable to attend in person, comma, we understand that it is in person, but future boards might not recognize that. We could have a chair that attends virtually, and I don't think that achieves what we're asking as a board to support the school councils that are there. So I would throw that out as an amendment.
Would the board consider that to be a friendly amendment to be added in, or we can vote on it as a separate amendment? We vote, yeah. So Trustee Toon has asked that we put in person, and so I'm going to again call for any opposed. Any opposed to adding in person? Just after AGM. Attending? Oh, I see right there. Okay.
My
Attend.
hand's been up, just making sure you can see that.
You betcha. I'm just going to deal with this amendment first, Trustee Charchin, and then I will go right to you. So I'm just asking the board if they consider it friendly, and so I'm asking you to vote. I'm asking you to vote whether you feel like this is to add in person. So I'm going to ask for any opposed. Okay, seeing none, Trustee Charchin? So it's added, sorry. It's carried.
So is it too late for me to add another amendment?
Nope.
Sorry?
Nope, go right ahead, Trustee Charchin.
Okay, I would just like to add, like we did previously, everything that's there, including that provided at least one parent is in attendance.
It should be there already, Trustee Charchin. It said if there's a school council member attending.
Okay.
Are you okay with that?
I didn't see it on my paper, so
Sorry,
thank you.
I'll
Yes.
just read it back to you. Yeah, it was amended earlier on, so I will just read it back to you. Trustee Long, I believe, put it in there, and so we voted on it to add it, so I'll read it to you so you can totally get the clear picture. That the Board of Trustees pay for the chair of the Regional School Council to attend in person the ASCA conference and AGM if there is a school council member attending. If the chair is unable to attend, another trustee may attend in their place, with preference given first to the other Regional School Council committee member.
Thank you. My volume wasn't working. I wasn't able to hear you guys to start with, so thank you.
Okay,
Apologize.
perfect. Thank you, Trustee Charchin. Any other questions or comments around the motion? Trustee Poitras?
So I just have a question. The way this is stated would mean that for a 2-year term, the chair of the regional school council would go both years, not alternating with the rep, is that right? Unless the chair was unable to attend. The chair couldn't just choose not to attend and have the other one go, is that right? So both years it would be the chair, and then the next year, like the next 2 years would be whoever the chair was of the new committee? Is that the intent? Yeah, okay.
Okay. Trustee Charchin?
I think Trustee Poitras just brought up something that made me think about the building capacity within the board. So if we have the chair go for 2 years, I think we miss the opportunity of building some capacity within that committee. Just food for thought.
Thank you, Trustee Charchin. Trustee Yegas?
Any of the trustees could go to this if they use their PD funds. It's open to all trustees. I gather from this motion is that the chair is being paid and they don't have to use their PD fund for it. It's being paid out of the group fund.
Thank you, Trustee Yegas. Any other questions or comments? We'll just pause for a minute, make sure everybody is on the same page. Trustee Charchin?
Just to clarify what Trustee Yeago said, the chair would use their personal PD funds, or this would be board supported?
This
Can you
is
just clarify
board
that?
supported right now, and if any other trustee wants to attend, then they use their personal PD fund.
Thank you.
Yep. All right, seeing no other questions, Trustee Gimber, would you like to close?
I want to thank everyone for the great discussion around this and the support that it'll give to the parents that are attending. We've heard loud and clear that they wanted more support, so this should help them. Thank you.
Perfect. We're going to call the question. I'll read the motion out so everybody makes sure that they understand it. That the Board of Trustees pay for the chair of the Regional School Council to attend in person the ASCA conference and AGM if there is a school council member attending. If the chair is unavailable to attend, another trustee may attend in their place, with preference given first to the other Regional School Council committee member. I'm going to ask for any opposed. Seeing none, carried. Moving on to E2. Trustee Long.
Now I can speak. I would appreciate a brief report when you get back to present to my school councils. It might create some interest in some of them to want to attend the next year.
It's a great idea, Trustee Long. Thank you. Okay, moving on to E2. Oh, Trustee Gimber.
I'd like to make a notice of motion.
Okay,
I don't know how to do this, though, arising from this last motion.
sure.
Do we address it now, then?
Yeah, we
Yeah?
can do
Okay,
it right
so
now. Yeah.
the motion would be that the chair of the regional school council switches every year. They alternate.
Okay, so we'll add that to the next board meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Perfect. Trustee Gimber, if you could just type that out and send that to myself and Nikki and Lacey, Trustee Poitras, that would be great. Thank you. All right, so we have the notice of motion for our next board meeting. Can I move on to E2? All right. E2, Livingston Range School Division, 3-year capital plan and 10-year facilities plan. The Alberta School Capital Manual requires boards to submit annually a revised 3-year capital plan to Alberta Education as part of their capital planning process. This submission must be submitted by April 1st of each school year, provided is the recommendation priorities for the Board of Trustees to consider. The 10-year facility plan is provided for information only, as this does not need to be submitted to the Alberta Education unless requested. Mr. Jeff Perry will provide some insight as to the recommendation presented. Recommendation that the Board of Trustees approve the updated Livingston Range School Division 3-year capital plan to be submitted to the Alberta Education by April 1st, 2024. Trustee Yegas, you're making that motion? Trustee Yegas, would you like me to turn it over, Mr. Perry? Mr. Perry, would you like to speak to this motion, please?
I will, thank you. Okay, so the document that has been provided in your package as well as on the screen right now is in the format that we've used in the past. There's a significant difference in this document and one that is worth celebrating, and that is something that was communicated out on March 5th in coordination with our MLA Chelsea Petrovic. Oh, and anyway, Ms. Petrovic. And that is that the projects in the community of Nanton have received construction funding. So that's worth a round of applause for sure. Yeah. Lots of time and hard work, and we are very appreciative to the provincial government for recognizing the need and prioritizing that in our rural community. So we're currently in the design phase of that, and we look forward to completing that phase and moving into the construction phase as time permits. So with that, that removes that community project from number one, and the one that we're providing now is the Livingstone School, is what we're recommending as the next priority one for the school division. But before we get to that, I'd like to just go through kind of the stages of capital planning, the capital planning process with you. And so, Nikki, if you could just bring that, yeah. So this is not new to you, but might be new to anybody that might be viewing this meeting. This is within our school capital manual from, I think it's under Alberta Infrastructure, but and so there's some different phases with regards to what the provincial government looks at. There's a pre-planning, planning, design, and construction. The Nanton Schools is in the design and receive construction, and we'll move towards a project completion. Anything going forward would be looking at the pre-planning and planning sections. And so pre-planning is basically to help identify options. It helps prepare what the scope options are. It allows us some funding to engage with the community and have discussions with possible partners. So that's the very preliminary discussions that we hope to start having. The planning phase is the clarifying the anticipated scope, the schedule, the cost to support the site readiness, and so forth. So we would be looking at analyzing, the project, the site, if there is such a thing. Create the functional plan, size, type of classroom, kinds of programs, gym space, and establish partnerships in advance of requesting for design funding. So the next phase is the design funding, where we move into the design portion, creating a schematic design, completing the final design, and preparing documents up to the construction point, and then the final stage is getting funding for construction and beginning the construction project, and then any post-project or occupancy processes. So just wanted to give you that as an indication of what the provincial government looks at for when we submit capital planning projects now. And so that is what we have revised this document to be part of that process. Okay, so if we look at the other document now again, what is being recommended is Livingstone School. Give you a little bit of information. Livingstone School is our highest utilized school in the division, which is over 80% utilized. The majority of our other schools have significant space in there as it pertains to the formula that Alberta Education uses to identify how utilized they are or how full they are. 85% typically means they're full and being utilized, but that's when they would begin to consider projects unless there's other significant issues. And so in addition to that, the gym size in the Livingstone School is about 50 square meters smaller than what they would provide in a new facility. And they've been utilizing that smaller gym size for many years. The original building was built in 1902 with additions in 1959, 1968, and the last modernization of that facility was over 30 years ago. What we're looking for is adjustments to meet the needs of the school as the programming and the needs of the school have changed over that time period. And we'd like to see a facility that reflects those changes and the needs that are there within the programming. I mean, we're running the ski academy out of there, and how does that meet the needs for that, as well as, the other needs and programming items that the school has going on. And so what we were asking for in this request is the pre-planning and planning funding. So we would like to go through both phases to get us up to the point where we're requesting design dollars for this project. So that would include the components that I talked about in those phases, and where we would engage with the community. We would begin talking about partnerships. We would talk about scope, what it looks like, what the project is. You notice I haven't identified whether it's a modernization or a new school or anything of that nature. That's part of identifying what options are available and what would be the best for this community. So I didn't want to tie us into one or the other, which sometimes we've got caught up in the past. So there's some flexibility in that. And so that's the number one priority. Number two priority is the community of Pincher Creek. The thing that differentiates the two here is that our schools in Pincher Creek have lots of space. And so both schools are utilized, their utilization rate are significantly lower. Matthew Halton has seen a modernization within 2002. Canyon has not seen the significant modernization. However, we've made adjustments to some of the needs there and attempted to address those needs. There's lots of space to utilize, and that's one of the things that differentiates this project from the Pincher Creek. And that project, we are also asking for pre-planning and planning funding. Typically, the provincial government looks at the number one priority. In some cases, they will look and provide pre-planning and planning dollars for a second priority, but depending on the resources that are available at the time. So the last item on there is priority 3, and this really is part of our 10-year facility plan, and that is that we intend to, and really it's for information, but it is part of this, do an entire divisional review utilizing IMR dollars to do a study of all of our capital needs within the division. The 2 projects that you have on here come from a list that was developed quite some time ago. And so we've kind of checked off the projects as they've reached those timelines. And so we're ready to do a full review and study of our division again to see what our capital needs are. And then we can look at, updates on an annual basis based on any new context or anything of that nature. So that's part of the 10-year facility plan. So I think that's all that I have to say about it. I'll leave it with you for questions or discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Perry. Trustee Toon?
Thank you. Appreciate you sharing the information. With the recent announcement, taking a decade to come forward, and there was some, of course, some changes in there. What do you see in the plan that were proposed today that has advantages over getting approval on a short-term basis, not as opposed to what previously we had forward?
That's a good question, because as you know, much of the discussion out from the provincial government is about dealing with the influx of students coming into the province. And so in this scenario, sometimes the programming requests are moved down lower, but I think there's significant need in that we're continuing to burst at the seams in some of the programming that we have out there as well. So we can put forward that there's much potential growth in this area as well that necessitates something that is meets the enrollment as it is. Right now, it's over 80% enrollment. We potentially could expand some of the programming out there, which would create a higher demand for that attending that school. In fact, we're potentially turning some away because we don't have the space to do it. So I think that's the biggest option that we have, as well as the inadequate space. The gymnasium size is significantly smaller than what a regular normal school would have out in other facilities, which is challenging when it's a K-12 school and you have to manage and coordinate all the demands of that facility and so forth. And the other thing is it's a small community. The community is part of the school is part of the community. And I think we have the potential of looking for partnerships that will help support, making this project a huge success. So.
Thank you for that timely decision here today. We recently toured the school in Lumbrick, and so we're all, I know, familiar with those of us that have been to the site multiple times about the need and appreciate the support that the community shows to that school.
Thank you, Trustee Toon. Any other questions? I just have a clarity question. So in order for us to move forward, so we submit this plan, and then in order for us to move forward with the value scoping and all of that, we have to wait for approval from the government. Now, in the past, we used to be able to do this on our own and go out there, but now we have to wait and get approval first. I just want to make sure I'm correct on that.
So there's many components of the pre-planning that we can do in advance of knowing whether we have funding or not. And so value scoping session is a significant cost. That's part of the pre-planning, but engaging the community and talking about programmings and things of that nature so that we're prepared when we get the funds for the value scoping session is all things that we can do and will do as part of this process. So.
Perfect, thank you. Any other questions? Did you have your hand up? Nope. Okay. So it is recommended, sorry, I flipped the page, that the Board of Trustees approve the updated Livingstone Range School Division 3-year capital plan to be submitted to Alberta Education by April 1st, 2024. Trustee Egas, you made that motion. Did you want to close on it at all? Okay. I'm going to ask for any opposed. Seeing none, carried. Thank you, Mr. Perry. All right. On February 24th, 2024, the CUPE Local 2133 Negotiating Committee and the Livingstone Range School Division Board of Trustees Labor Relation Committee reached a memorandum of agreement for the term of September 1, 2022 to August 31st, 2024. Prior to this meeting, the CUPE Local 2133 membership voted and ratified the proposed changes to the collective agreement. The Livingstone Range School Division Labor Relations Committee will present the memorandum of agreement terms for settlement to the Board of Trustees for the ratification vote. As this action item relates to labor, it is recommended that the details of the MOA be shared with the board in camera. Recommendation that the Board of Trustees move in camera at 10:56. Trustee Toon makes that motion. So if we could all just move next door, please. 10:56.
Nikki, can you hear me? I can. Thank you. Can't see anything, but I can hear. So good.
All right, everyone, I'm going to call us back to order. We have a recommendation on the floor that the Board of Trustees accept and ratify the memorandum agreement of transfer settlement between QP Local 2133 and Livingston Range School Division, which was made by Trustee Toon. I'm going to turn it over to Trustee Toon.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to start off by thanking administration for all their work in getting the deal approved, and also our QP group for all the work that they do. Just if this is approved, a revised collective agreement will be posted on the website.
Thank you, Trustee Toon. Any comments? Alrighty, I'm going to call the question. I'm going to ask for any opposed. Seeing none, carried. Moving on to E4, Professional Learning. Trustee Yegas, Professional Learning Committee Chair, will discuss with the board a trustee's date change for September 10th, 2024 meeting of the whole. Recommendation that the Board of Trustees approve changing the September 10th, 2024 meeting of the whole date to September 11th, 2024. This motion is moved by Trustee Yegas. I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. The reason we want to change this date for the meeting of the whole is that for our, we talked about having something with the FMNI around that with our professional learning, and we got hold of Rupert's Land and asked them to do a presentation. We couldn't go out to Peaks the day before because it was booked. This day was not booked. It's a day after. And so that's the day we suggested that we do it. I'll just tell you what our plans are for that. They have got back to us and said that they will do a session around, it's be about 60 minutes, and they'll adapt the presentation to add or change and tailor the presentation to our needs. And they said because this is taking on land-based facility, they asked if we wanted a medicine walk or other type of land-based learning, and also that they'll bring some land-based resources as well. So we thought we'd do the whole morning with Rupert's Land, the group from Rupert's Land, and then in the afternoon we could have our meeting of the whole. So that's the rationale behind this.
Perfect. Thank you, Trustee Yegas. Any questions? Did you have a question? No. All right. Well, thank you, Trustee Yegas. I think that sounds fantastic. So we'll make that date change from September 10th, which I believe was a Monday. Oh, it was a Tuesday, so we're moving it to the Wednesday? Okay, perfect. That sounds exciting. I'm looking forward to that. All right, so I'm going to call the question. Any opposed? Seeing none, carried. All right, we're moving on to our quarterly financial report. The audit committee met with the LRSD finance team on March 20th and reviewed the second quarterly report ending in February 29, 2024. The audit committee will provide a summary of the review process and key findings for the second quarter. Recommendation that the audit committee recommends that the Board of Trustees approve the quarterly financial report as presented. Can I get someone to make that motion? Trustee Poitras, sorry. Thank you, Trustee Poitras. Oh. Yeah, were you going to make the motion, trustee Charchin? Is that why your hand went up and then down?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Trustee Poitras, did you want to speak to it, or did you want the chair of the committee to?
No, I would not like to speak to it. I'm not on the audit committee.
Thank you. All right, if we could bring up the... We'll just pause for a minute. Perfect. Thank you. So this is our second quarter financial report. We'll go to the next page. Audit Committee report for the 6-month period ending February 29, 2024, 50% of the fiscal year and 60% of the school year. We met with management on March 20th, 2024, and we reviewed in detail revenues and expenditures by object and by program and schedule of net assets. Next page. The Audit Committee report, our responsibility is to review in greater detail the financial results up to February 29th, 2024. Report to the board the results of our review, including any areas we feel the board should be aware of. Our review and report, we spent 2 hours meeting with management to review in detail the financial results. Management provided a thorough review and answered all committee members' questions and inquiries to the satisfaction of the committee. The committee is pleased to report that we are confident that the financial reports for the first quarter are accurate based on our review. Our financial position now is at the end of the second quarter. There is a decrease in the financial position from $212,433 from the prior year. But I am now going to turn it over to Mr. Anthony, and he's going to take us through it. Oh my gosh, Jordan. I'm so sorry. I did so good for so long.
You're forgiven. Great. Thank you, Trustee Hodges. So, so first we're just going to look at the statement of operations. As was mentioned in the previous slide, we are currently in a deficit of $212,433. And so first we're just going to compare that to our budget. So as you know, we had budgeted an overall deficit at the end of the year of $454,498. And given that we are halfway through the year, if we were halfway through the budget, we would be at a deficit of $227,249. So you can see that we are within $15,000 of that 50% target. Now, that 50% target is one way to measure our budget, but it's not. There are certain things that happen over a school year versus a fiscal year, and we'll look at a few of those. But overall, you can see our revenues were $185,000 ahead of that 50% number, and our expenditures are also ahead by about $170,000, and that's what makes up our variance of $14,816. So we're going to dive into a few of the key items. First, we'll look at the revenue side of things. So our main source of revenue comes from the government of Alberta, where we are currently at about 48.9% of the budget. So some of the reasons why we're under that 50% mark, the main one is summer school funding that we've gotten the dollars, but because we haven't delivered our summer program yet, we do not recognize that revenue. And this is something you've probably heard in these quarterly meetings many times, and it stands true today. The second area where we're a bit under is in the IMR. We have received funding, but it is funding that, again, we recognize as we spend it. A lot of our IMR projects happen in the summer when there aren't students in the schools and there's time for maintenance to work. And so that is another area where, according to our reporting, we are under. One of the areas where we are higher, we have about almost $54,000 more recognized in our spent deferred capital. So this is related to IMR and CMR projects that we wrapped up at the end of last year. We didn't budget for them because we weren't sure if they would be capital in nature. So this matches some increased expenses on the expense side, but it is more revenue that we're seeing. From the federal government, we are higher than that 50% target. We're actually at 68.8% of what we budgeted. There's sort of two stories here. We have two sources of federal government funding. First is a new source. We had a little bit of it last year, but a significantly higher amount this year. That's our Jordan's Principle grant funding. So that $361,418 represents actually how much of the Jordan's Principle funding we've spent. It's a expense matching grant. So we've received the revenue to offset those costs. The other area of federal government funding that we receive is in the form of students attending off reserve. We're currently at 50.3% of the budget in that area. However, because that's money earned over a school year, if we were on target for our budget, we'd expect that to be closer to 60%. So based on our enrollment, we do anticipate at the end of the school year being down about $277,000 in that area. So overall federal, we're high, but that's due to the Jordan's Principle funding coming in. Some other areas, we're at 66% of the budget in all other revenue areas. The big ones there are international program, where we're currently $174,000 ahead of our 60% target, and we're projected to end the year with $320,000 more in revenue than what we had budgeted. We have some other grants and contract revenue, such as the Breakfast Club, an agreement with Careers Next Generation, the Calgary Police. And our investment income is high. It's about $83,000 higher than a 50% target at this point. And we do expect that to remain high as we've been able to lock in our investments for the rest of the year. Moving on to the expenditures, we're going to look at it in two different areas. So you can see our salaries and benefits, which is our largest expense. We're currently at 50.5% of the budget, or $20.68 million. And all other operating expenditures are just under that 50% mark at 47.4. So we broke down the staffing into a few different categories. So first, certificated staffing, this would be our teachers. It's typically, for the most part, our certificated staff are paid over 12 months. We'd expect it to be around that 50% mark. We're a little bit high for a few reasons. The first being that we got Jordan's Principle funding to hire 3 additional teachers. So we had not budgeted for those positions. We had a few vacant support staff positions that weren't filled early, and made the decision to use that funding to increase FTE of certificated staff or hire some more certificated staff. And then we do have a situation where we can on occasion have teachers on extended leave and have to hire some other ones to fill in while they're away. In those situations, we're paying for the teacher on leave as well as the replacement. And that's happened for a combined 4 months. One position, it would be the equivalent of one position over 4 months since the start of the school year. The non-certificated school staff, this is something we'd expect to be closer to that 60% because they're paid for the most part over the school year. So the first point ties into that certificated staff point, that we had some positions that just weren't filled. And so we allocated those dollars to certificated staffing. One thing to note is in the combined total of support staff positions we've been approved for under Jordan's Principle is 13 across the division. So a lot of these, we became aware of it later in the year. It wasn't at the start of the year, so these positions were filled late. In fact, some of them are still filling. And so that's just, that 60% target is based on someone being hired September 1 and working the whole year. And the reality is a lot of our support positions fill in later, which keeps us under that 60% target. Yes, Trustee Poitras.
Thanks, Mr. Gunderson. Just wondering about the Jordan's Principle. I know that last year we had a little bit of funding. Some of the funding has changed and there's more funding available. Do you know if the way that we go about applying for the Jordan's Principle dollars will allow for us to get those staff, like 13 support staff in position this year, earlier in the year? Or the way that it currently is, will it continue to go that way where the dollars will be kind of realized partway into the year and the supports will get in later?
Yes, so based on the timing of Jordan's Principle applications, I don't know if we'll ever know at the time of budgeting if we've been approved for the Jordan's Principle grants, but we are filling out the applications a lot earlier, and I do think it is realistic for us to know before the start of the school year if they've been approved or not going forward. I know Lisa's working with the principals at all the schools to make sure they're getting them filled out now for next school year already. So our hope is that we can, know if they've been approved well enough in advance so we can start hiring well in advance. But the reality is there's a lot of applications and the timing of getting that confirmation is unknown. But we are definitely taking steps to do it in a more timely fashion this year, hoping that it will help us out for planning next year.
Perfect, thank you so much. And then just my other question is, non-certificated staff, most of them are paid over 10 months. Is that a choice for those who are not on a one-year contract? Can they choose to be paid over 12 or are they just paid on like 10 months?
It depends on the nature of the position, and I might not be the best person to answer this. There are certain positions that are paid over 10 months. There is no choice. We do have some that are paid over 12, and I believe some of them are sort of grandfathered into that because it was an option historically. Jeff, do you have anything to add to that?
Yeah, that's the case. And anytime where there would be a support staff that is over 12 months, right, then they'd be paid over 12 months. Like if they provide service over 12 months, like custodial staff are 12-month employees, right? They would be paid over 12 months. But typically it's over 10 months and there's not an option going forward at this point.
All right, and then the last line on there, maintenance and admin, the support staff in those positions do work year round, and that's at about 50.2% of the budget, so just over that 50% mark. In the non-operating side of things, the first comment is a sort of a repeat from the last quarter, and it'll probably be in the next quarter as well. It really stands out when we're doing our report, which is why we always mention it. Our largest contracted service agreement is with Faces, and none of that expense is incurred until July. So it always looks like we're really underspending in that area, but that's because we're holding on for that large invoice that'll come later in the year. And then an area where we're quite high right now is in our software and license costs, and this is due to ongoing delays and complications with getting up and running in our new HR and payroll software. So when we look at our net assets overall, we can see at the start of the year our operating reserves, we had just over 2 million, which worked out to 3.72% of our budgeted expenses. With the change as at Q2, we are currently at about 3.3% of our budgeted expenses. And you can see that we had budgeted to go down to that 2.87%. Next slide for me. Okay, so one of the things that we wanted to do, and this is a little different from the last quarterly report, is just give a breakdown of how we are operating by program. So it's going to be the same as the report the table we looked at, I think it was on the first or second slide, where it shows the overall deficit and what our budget was, but it's broken down by instruction, maintenance, transportation, and then board and system admin, which are the areas we have to report on to the government. So in instruction, we are currently at a deficit of 248,000 out of our budgeted deficit of 452,000. Maintenance is at a deficit of 184 out of the budgeted $465,000 deficit. Transportation is sitting at a surplus of 235,000 out of a budgeted surplus of 442. And board and system admin is at a slight deficit of 15,000, and we had budgeted a small surplus of 21,500 there. So I'm actually going to come back to this slide after mentioning a comment on the next slide, just to illustrate one thing. So just some additional areas of note. Our actual enrollment is lower than what we had projected when preparing the budget. And so we did receive our weighted moving average adjustment, and that has been factored into our forecast. So overall, we are a bit down based on enrollment. But on a positive note, our summer program funding actually increased by 10%, or $91,000 based on, and that's based on how successful our summer program was last year. So we ended up, having more students earn more credits over the summer, which increased our funding for this year. Overall, for a forecast, our deficit at the end of the year is forecasted to be about $378,000 based on what we know and the current spending and earning trends. And you can compare that to our budgeted deficit of $455,000. So we're on the right track. Planning for the future. So one of our objectives is to balance the budget going forward. This year we budgeted for a deficit of $455,000. So one of the strategies and one of the things we'll have to think about, and one of the things that we're currently planning for, is how we're going to achieve that objective. Can you go back to that last slide for me, Nikki, quickly? So one thing that we won't be able to do going forward is using those surpluses in transportation to offset deficits in other areas. So what that means is those deficits in instruction and maintenance, we will have to find a way to bring those to balanced budgets, the individual programs. So while our current budget was that $455,000 deficit, the amount of savings we'll need to find are actually upwards of $900,000 going forward to balance our budget. And that is something we chatted about in the audit committee meeting, and it's something that we're planning and discussing. But overall, that's the end of the report. Are there any other questions?
Trustee Tu?
Thanks. Just a question that keeps coming up in a lot of the meetings that we're not particularly with this one quarter necessarily, but with the increase coming to the carbon tax, has the audit committee and administration discussed kind of what that increase could impact be, or the overall impact of the carbon tax in general?
Yeah, so in our last audit committee meeting, Trustee Gimber did ask us if we could prepare a bit of an analysis on that. And so that's something that we have on the table, but don't have it ready at this time.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, seeing none. Thank you, Jordan.
Thank you.
And I have no idea why I call you Anthony all the time. I'm super sorry. It's because they mentioned it at the last meeting that I was doing so good, and then I ruined it. All right, so we have a recommendation on the floor that the audit committee recommends that the Board of Trustees approve the quarterly financial report as presented. I'm going to ask for any opposed. Seeing none, passed. Thank you so much for joining us today. Yeah. Don't say that. Okay, E6, the 2024-2025 instructional funding allocation. The instructional funding allocation formula is a way in which the divisional resources are allocated out to schools, departments, and initiatives. The proposed formula was discussed with senior management and will be shared with the school administrators at an admin council meeting. Mr. Perry, Associate Superintendent, Business Services, will share with the board a summary of the proposed formula. Recommendation that the Board of Trustees approve the instructional funding allocation formula as presented for the 2024-2025 school year. Can I get someone to make that motion? Thank you, Trustee Long. Would you like to speak to it or turn it over to Mr. Perry? Mr. Perry.
All right, thank you. Within your package was provided a draft instructional funding allocation formula. This is consistent with what we've provided in past years. And I'll go over some of the changes that have been made. So the biggest change that we've provided within this document is going away from the continuation of a formula driving, how we allocate resources in regards to staffing, and moving more like we have in the past to moving on an as-needs basis. So certainly when we look at staffing, we take into consideration enrollment and the number of enrollment with regards to the number of grades and things of that nature. But there's other contextual information that needs to be taken into consideration as well. And so in number 1 there, it reads, teaching positions will be allocated to schools and programs based on an as-needed basis to ensure the areas of greatest need receive sufficient support. Mr. Feller has continued to have conversations with principals with regards to the anticipated number of students, the anticipated needs, and the context around that. And so that is moving more in that direction with regards to the process of allocating staff based on needs and having those conversations. As funding, we all know that funding or costs are increasing in staffing, costs are increasing in the products that we buy, the services that we acquire, and so it's becoming challenging to continue to allocate resources based on a formula, and so we need to ensure that the needs are met in the various areas, and so we're moving more in that direction. This had already been something that we'd been following with regards to the support staff, whereas Lisa Furukawa would have conversations and discuss with principals with regards to the learning support needs and things of that nature. That will continue to be the process there. The majority of the rest of the instructional allocations is the same as what it was in the past. The only thing that was added was in the international school allocation where and we've had communications with our administrators around this as well. Historically, we have provided funds specifically for each child that they take in from international. At this point, we're providing the base amount to them and looking at where there's needs depending on the number of students that they take in. So if there's a greater number of students that are being taken in by a school, then we'll look at additional needs there and use resources to ensure that they're supported. The rest of the, Jordan just spoke to you about where our international program is currently, and that it's higher. Those dollars are utilized for the benefit of all schools, and so we to maintain the level of support and programs that we have in the jurisdiction from a divisional perspective, those dollars are utilized and budgeted to be used that way. So not necessarily directly for each school, but we do look at the needs again at each school depending on the number of students that they take. So those are the changes that we've made in this instructional allocation formula, and I just present that to you for questions, discussion, and for your approval.
Thank you, Mr. Perry. Trustee Yegas?
My question is about the international students. What was the decision? Why was this decision to do it on this basis rather than giving them more money for the international students to the schools who take those students?
Sorry, can you repeat that again? I didn't hear the one part of it.
Why have you made this formula?
Why have we changed it?
Yeah.
So the change is because there's a priority of maintaining divisional supports, and the only way that we can do that is to bring additional resources in, and that's one way is through the international program. And so we also found that the amount that we were giving to schools was not necessarily needed to support those students. It was being utilized in other ways. And so we looked at it as using these resources to support all schools and all programs, such as the level of staffing and things of that nature. The feedback from principals was that they were supportive of this. They still appreciate the dollars that we provide in the basic and where additional needs are required. And so that's the direction we went.
Thank you. Trustee Toon?
Yes, thanks. My question is in regard to the first point on the formula. My understanding was that that was previously what was going on with the formula, that it was going to needs-based because of the divisional pooling of resources, that you had the base that was sent to schools, and then there was the divisional holdback that would go to address those needs. So is it the shift to going to no formula, is that really a big shift? Because it's sounding how you're communicating the no formula version of the funding formula, it's essentially achieving the same thing.
To some extent it does, because like I said, we take into account, I mean, there's still a review of what the enrollment is. You know, you take the number of students that are there, and you look at, you know, potentially the number of staff that you would be required to allocate. So in essence, there is some component to that. What's changed is as we look at ways to, with reduced resources, and how we're going to be able to accommodate the decrease that we have, having more discussions around the actual needs versus just saying you get this many staff based on a formula. So it is similar, but more focused on the needs versus the formula itself.
Trustee Yegas?
If a school has an increase in students or an increased need, is there now ways or money that they can get for that, or do they have to, how does this work? Because in the past, I remember there was something set aside for that.
Yeah, typically we set some dollars aside to ensure that if we have an increase in enrollment, that we have the ability to adjust and allocate additional resources in the fall. And so that'll be a practice that we continue to do. One of the things that we haven't done in the past necessarily is when schools are lower than, made significant reductions in that area. So it's a challenging scenario where we continue to look at processes to how we can adapt and utilize the resources to the best of our ability. But with the reduction in the amount of funding that we have less flexibility in being able to, allocate resources out if the students aren't there.
Thank you. Sorry, Trustee Toon, you had a follow-up.
Yeah, no, thank you. One of the things that was mentioned years ago when we first went to this type of system was the ability for principals to help attract and retain staff, knowing longer term what the availability of resources are. Just seeing with there being no formula in that areas of great need, that could adversely affect some and be advantageous to others. Just with what's being proposed, what is there to help facilitate the work of the principal and the long-term staffing of the schools?
It's a good question, and I wish I had a good answer, but one of the challenges is that we only know our funding year to year, right? And with when we look at going forward and the budgets of benefits increasing 12% and things of that nature, and the budget that we receive from the provincial government not necessarily maintaining that same level, it is really challenging to commit resources over a greater than a 1-year time period to be able to allow administrators to, staff other than based on what their enrollment is. And so basically they can anticipate based on the number of enrollment that they have, what our practice has been in the past and through discussions with Richard Feller. But it would be between Richard Feller and them to discuss what that might look like for their planning going forward.
Thank you. Did you
Yeah, final
follow up? Okay.
Yeah, because I know with school councils, there's been discussions in the past that principals have based on weighted moving average and current enrollment, they can project and say, based on this, we'll be down a teacher, we'll be down a staff member next year. And so I think that really helps parents have those, alleviate some of that stress of knowing, hey, we're headed this direction based on, because there are those external forces that we can't control, but knowing some of the things that we can, it helps, I think, get parents and students and staff prepared for the inevitable things that we know are coming.
Can I just respond?
Yep.
Yeah, so the first step is for the administrator to identify what their needs are based on the enrollment they have. So, and then having a discussion with Mr. Feller, which is part of that process. So they can still go through that process. And if they anticipate that they know, because of this grade that's leaving is a large grade and the grade coming in is smaller, that there's potential of a reduction, then they can have that discussion and continue to plan as accordingly.
Thank you. Trustee Poitras?
Yeah, I really appreciate this. I think that we've seen that, a lot of the staff that we need in our schools is not just based on number of students in a classroom. The classroom complexities nowadays are vast and varied, and we also see that we're getting specific dollars for certain staff, like Jordan's principal supporting 13 staff members this year. And so I think it's very important that we're making this change and that to hear that the principals are in favor of this and that, they know that they can go to Mr. Feller and discuss these needs. We do have a bigger class coming in. We are going to need an extra teacher if that's at all possible and be able to plan that way, but then also be able to allocate those dollars and not be locked in by a specific formula to make sure that we're getting the most staff in the most appropriate places that those needs are there, whether that be another teacher or, we have lots of different staff and type of staff. So I really appreciate this and knowing that the principals are feeling positive about it and can come to Mr. Feller, who's currently the one who's coordinating that. I appreciate it because classrooms look different now and the needs of our students more different now than they ever have before. So I appreciate this and I look forward to hearing back, in a year or two and see how this is working out.
Thank you. Trustee Charchin? You're muted, Trustee Charchin.
Oh, now
There.
you could probably hear me.
Now we can. You were very vigorously speaking there, so I'll let you start over.
I was very muted. I apologize. First of all, I would like a little bit of clarification. I'm thinking what I might get to would support what Brad said about maybe alleviating some parent concern. A couple of things that I've changed a lot since I was in the district is around the collaborative response model that school and district are using. And the other one is the Leader in Me data surveys, all of that information you are getting. I'm wondering, first of all, and I'm assuming and I'm hoping that all of that information gives you more information on the actual needs of schools. So first of all, I'm looking for clarification on that one way or the other. Can you speak to that, Jeff?
I'm going to pass that off to somebody that might know that information.
Thank you.
Mr. Feller, is that you?
As long as this will have to turn it on first.
Yeah, there you go. Oh, just kidding. There you go.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. I mean, there's multiple complexities that come into how students are able to be served through the dollars that we receive. The way that we're able to then determine how those dollars can be best spent is through a real holistic process. So most times our schools are given dollars based on the enrollment of the students in each of those schools. What the original formula failed to recognize was the complexity of each of those schools. And so larger schools would then have scales of economy that other schools might not have. And so when you take a look at each of the schools in context within their own communities, there are some significant differences on how those resources can be allocated. With all of the different data points that we receive that come into us, whether it's through perception data or data that's related to student mental health or otherwise, we are able to then sit down as a senior admin team and along with principals through their communication, determine what is the best way that we can work together to solve this issue. So many of the issues we have around staffing are now being looked at not just in an individual school context, but how other schools can support one another in that process. So schools working together to provide courses, schools working together to take a look at how things are being done differently. And so the context and the landscape of education is significantly different than it was even like 5 years ago. I can continue to go on if you'd like, but I'm hoping that I've answered some of those questions.
I think you've provided the clarity that I needed. I think, we've got the dollars that we've got. That's a reality. But for us to, I feel like we're confident in knowing those complexities. And I think it's important that we share that with all of our stakeholders, that, we'll do the best we can with the complexities we have and the dollars we have. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Charchin. Is there any other questions or comments? All right, seeing none, I'm going to call the questions. So the recommendation, maybe we should just pause for a minute until Trustee Poitras is back so we all can vote on it. Oh, there she is. All right, that's okay, no problem. So the recommendation that the Board of Trustees approve the instructional funding allocation formula as presented for the 2024-2025 school year. I'm going to call for any opposed. Seeing none, carried. In lieu of time, we're now going to break for lunch. We're behind schedule just a little bit. No, we do not have time for one more motion on this one. So, and maybe to make up for a little bit of time, maybe we'll just take a half-hour lunch, if that's okay with the board. Want to vote on that? Okay, so we're going to break for lunch and we'll be back here at 12:30.
Just want to say, Kathy, so impressed with your dedication. If I was in Maui,
You would do the same thing.
Cruise ship is different. You're just on a boat, but Maui, I might be out walking. But you're very dedicated. You're a good trustee.
Well, thank you. Are we ready to go or close, or where are we?
Yep, I'm going to call us back to order right away.
Okay, thank you.
Get back, Kathy, we'll give you a gold star.
Okay, thank you. I'll take it. Deserve it or not, I'll take it. Thank you.
All right, everyone, I'm going to call us back to order at 12:31. We're on E7, our school principal selection. As chair, I'm going to step down and ask if anyone else or my vice chair would like to chair this portion of the section. If not, then I will turn it over to Mr. Perry.
Yeah, I'm okay. I'm okay not to chair it.
Thank you. Mr. Perry, would you chair this, please?
Absolutely. Okay, so I will start. We're talking E7, right? School principal selection. Okay, you didn't read through all of this, right?
I did not. I thought I'd leave that up to you.
Okay. Recognizing the critical role of school principals is in fostering a positive learning environment and achieving educational excellence. It is imperative to ensure that the selection process for principals is comprehensive and inclusive. School board trustees, as elected representatives of the community, possess valuable insights and perspectives that can contribute significantly to the selection of principals who align with the vision, values, and needs of the school division. Given the importance of selecting effective school principals, it is proposed that school board trustees be included in the interview process for principal candidates. By involving school board trustees in the interview process for principal candidates, we affirm our commitment to collaborative governance, transparency, and the pursuit of educational excellence for all students within our division. The recommendation is that the school board trustees shall be invited to participate in the interview panels for principal candidates alongside other relevant stakeholders deemed by the superintendent, such as administrators, teachers, or school council members. Furthermore, the board shall establish guidelines and procedures for trustee involvement in the interview process, ensuring transparency, fairness, and accountability. These guidelines shall outline the roles and responsibilities of trustees, the selection criteria for trustees, and the process for providing feedback on the process. Can I get somebody to move that? Trustee Toon? Trustee Toon, would you like to speak to it?
I would love to, thank you. Excuse me. Appreciate the opportunity to have this discussion today. This is something that has been discussed at other times. I know this hasn't been the practice for a long time in our jurisdiction, but it is something that currently exists and has always existed in our neighboring jurisdictions. Westwind School Division, Palliser School Division, Lethbridge School Division, and many others are involved in this process. So really looking forward to the opportunity to have a discussion today. I know we have a great, passionate group of trustees that represent their communities well, and I think that having those trustee voices is important and would greatly benefit representing our elected public in this process. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Toon. Is there any comments, questions, or discussion by the other trustees? Trustee Long. I've got Trustee Long first.
She's not the chair.
You had your hand up first. She was slow.
Well, I'm against this for many reasons. I agree we have valuable insights and perspectives. Absolutely, we do. But I don't think the place for those is during a selection of administrators. Those perspectives need to be passed on to central admin before they do their interviews. I think putting us into the interviews just throws a wrench into the machine. The more people that are involved, the more difficult it is, specifically for the person who's being interviewed. The more people that sit on the other side, the much more nerve-wracking and difficult it is if you've ever been in those situations. And I don't think that we have the knowledge or the experience, although we have our opinions, to be making these decisions. Now, this says that we would sit in on the interviews, but I would certainly could foresee that this would lead to trustees having a vote in the selection of administrators, and I don't think that's right. None of us here would be in a position to interview and hire doctors. None of us. And so I don't feel that we're in a position to be hiring administrators. That's up to Central Admin. We're stepping into that word we often use is sandbox. And I'm absolutely, totally against this and would vote no.
Thank you, Trustee Long. We'll go to Trustee Hodges, then Yeagas, then Charchin.
Thank you. I also am not in favor of this motion for a lot of the same reasons that Mr. Long just stated too. I do feel like this could slow down the process when you have to get more people together and dates and times to work out when you can interview. I also feel like we put out the parent survey for principals, and maybe that's something that maybe we need to look at further and make sure that we're capturing what we're looking for when we invite parents to do the surveys, and their insights are valuable because they are in the schools every day. My touch points for a lot of schools are our school councils, which are a few of the same parents every time. And so with not having kids in the school, I'm not in the schools as often. I do know the principals that are in there, but I don't get to hear all the conversations that are happening in the schools. And I think that was the purpose of actually having the surveys sent out to parents prior to asking what they would like to see in a principal. We don't do the evaluations on principals either. I feel like if we're going to be stepping into this role, then where does that role fit into too? And again, like Mr. Long said, I think we're stepping into a sandbox that's not ours. So for those reasons, I could not support this motion.
Trustee Yeagas?
Thank you. I also don't support this motion, and a lot of the reasons that have already been said, I agree with those, but there's also other ones that I'll look at. And if you look at policy 13, where it talks about the role of the superintendent, a lot of the things that are dealing with what a superintendent does, or the people that a superintendent puts into the central office, and that look at the interviews and that they have the knowledge of what's going on in the schools. We as trustees really don't. I mean, we're not in there enough. We might know what the community is saying, what the people are saying, but that does not mean that that's what's happening in the schools sometimes. They have that intimate knowledge of what is going on. Also, this is not our role as a governance. We hire the superintendent, we give him the authority to do this, and I think that then we should leave that up to him as the authority. And I guess another area we're looking at is we talk about this a lot. We looked at our audits and our deficits. This is going to cost money. I mean, when you start having trustees involved in the hiring of principals, especially now when we seem to have a lot of principals, not a lot, but there seems to be some every year, this is going to have a financial impact.
Thank you, Trustee Yeagas. Trustee Charchin.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, yes.
Okay, thank you. I am also not in favor of this motion for the reasons that other trustees have talked about. I'd also like to add, and I'm going to antiquate myself in this conversation, that when I was first hired in Livingston Range, the trustee did sit in on the interviews. I think 20 or a long time ago, let's just leave it at that, that teachers and administrators were hired for schools, as was I. And that's no longer the practice. The practice is now that all professional staff are hired for the district. And the other piece is that, you know, when it used to be in the community, we would stick around for 20 or 30 years, and that also is not the case. So I really believe that the senior leadership team has a more familiar and in-depth understanding of the schools and district needs, because initial placement of a professional staff is in one school, but could change, as we know. Our senior admin have the qualification and insight, including experience and knowledge, that make them the best people to be involved in the interview, in my opinion. I also agree, and I'm not quite sure if this motion indicates we would have a vote or we wouldn't have a vote, but interviews consist of 3 parts: a resume, a reference check, and an interview. And all 3 of those parts, in my experience, are critical parts of the process. And so would we be part of all of those pieces, one of them? Like I said, I'm not quite sure whether we're looking to have a vote. So there's also the added cost to Livingston Range for the board members and the remuneration. I think, yeah, that's good for now. Thank you. For those reasons, I'm not in favor of this motion.
Thank you, Trustee Charchin. Trustee Kimber?
I'm undecided at this point how I would vote for this. I'm wondering if you have, Trustee Toon, if you have further information about the reasons the other, like our neighboring districts, do still have this policy, this practice in place.
Sorry, and just to add to that, if you're going to speak to it, also, if you happen to know what does that look like? Is it sitting in on interviews? If you have that knowledge, what does it look like when they are putting this practice into place in our neighboring divisions? If you don't mind me adding that on.
Appreciate the questions. I think the motion here is to provide as much flexibility as possible. Similar to looking at anything, we would go and look at the policy for those that have it in place, because they have it codified in policy and it's worked for decades that way. It's not a vote. I don't know of any trustee that has a vote on a principle or makes a final decision. It's, as the motion says, to sit in on those. And administration, there hasn't been any concerns come forward from my digging and speaking with trustees from those school divisions. It's not an issue that comes up every year, should we or shouldn't we. It just happens, and they find great benefit and value of it. Some of our neighboring divisions also include school council chairs, so that it's not there to provide the voice of, we know what's going on in the schools more than a superintendent or an associate superintendent or whomever from administration is involved with that. It's for that community voice. The same thing we're elected to give that. And we don't give that feedback to our superintendent now on any principal hiring. We don't fill out a survey. So to say that this is already handled from a voice from our governance perspective, it's not. So these boards find great value in it. I've spoken to some that have across our neighboring divisions, and they said it's a great experience because you have that great connection with your community. You sit in school councils, you go to all the community events, and the assumption is that the people that I talk to in my community, they assume that we're already a part of this because, oh, you guys hire the principal, you guys do this, you guys do that. And it is a learning curve saying we don't directly hire the principal, we hire the superintendent, but there's nothing in our governance that says we can't be involved with that side of the process.
Thank you, Trustee Toon. Any further comments? Trustee Long?
Yeah, good points by everybody. We do have input, not in the direct hiring of an administrator, but we certainly have input afterwards, which would affect the central admin on their hiring in the future. I know that Trustee Yeagus and I have both talked with our superintendent about administrators, given our opinions and things that are happening. So we have the opportunity to do that. Unless we're voting, I'm not sure why we'd be there other than to give our opinion. And I think we already have the opportunity to give our opinion. Perhaps we're all not doing it, but you certainly have the opportunity to do it. I know Darrell's very open to listening to us.
Thank you, Trustee Long. Trustee Charchin.
I believe that we do have a very strong voice currently, and that is that we define the priorities and then we ask senior admin to hire based on those priorities. So I believe we have a very strong influence and voice. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Charchin. Trustee Poitras.
Thank you. I really appreciate hearing everything that was said today. I came in today unsure about this one. It has been brought up in the past, just in discussions, but I wasn't sure. In the preamble here, it says school board trustees as elected representatives of the community possess valuable insight and perspective that can contribute significantly to the selection of principals who align with the vision, value, and needs of the school division. And I do agree with that. And I personally feel like our superintendent does value that, but I think a more appropriate change would maybe be, to change how the superintendent engages with trustees before moving forward. I don't believe this is a governance role. I personally don't know what it takes to be a principal as far as level of education, years of teaching. Maybe you could graduate and become a principal that year. I don't know. I do know what I would love to see in a principal as far as at my kid's school, but I don't know how much paperwork is involved, if it matters whether they're great at delegating, whether they are efficient with their time and paperwork and getting things done. All of those different administrative pieces, I don't know what they entail, which would make me feel very uncomfortable in being part of the process and deciding who qualifies and who then would be best for the job. Governance to me is very overarching, making decisions, motions that will affect the entire school division and direct the work. When it comes to finding the right principal for the right school at the right time, I really believe that by putting the right superintendent in place and him putting everyone else in place, that we will get those people where we need them to be. So for that reason, I feel like our role is not to be involved, and it would make me very nervous to have a number of teachers and school council members and that to be on a panel that was then picking the principal. So for those reasons, I feel like this is not something I could support.
Thank you, Trustee Poitras. Trustee Charchin.
I think I'd like to liken this to a head coach of a football team, for example. When you are building your coaching staff, you know the intricacies of your team and you know the areas of need and strength and where you need to go. And I don't believe that's any different from a leadership team. We ask our superintendent to manage the whole district. And I believe that it's really important that he or she is the one that would pick that leadership team based on knowledge, experience, all of that. I interviewed and hired a lot of teachers, but I have no idea what's entailed in hiring a principal. So for that and the other reasons I've spoke to, I appreciate the comments, but I would still not be in favor of this motion.
Thank you, Trustee Charchin. Trustee Yeagus.
Yeah, thank you, everybody, for their comments. I think one of the things, and I don't know if they still do this, I know since COVID, things have got a little bit more rapid, to use a better word. But when we hired one of the principals at Livingstone School, there was a group of people that, you know, the parent council or the school council and any other community member came out and they did an interview with the community members, listed what they thought were the best characteristics for a school principal. And I remember that that was a really intense, enlightening, good collaboration on that part. And they listed all, they sent it in. And not going to mention any things now, but we got an excellent principal out of that. I think, I don't know if that process still goes on, but I do think that that is one of the ways that we as trustees can be involved, because you're living in the community, you go there and everybody had an opportunity to say what they thought was the best one. It wasn't the, you know, the parent councils, but everybody got involved. I think that was the best turnout we ever had for anything, was that time they were doing input into what they thought was what they would like to see as a principal within their school. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Higgis. I'm just seeing if there's any other comments. If not, we'll let Trustee Toon close. Okay, do you want to speak before, or do you want to just close? Okay, Trustee Gimber.
Okay, so I understand and appreciate the points that the other trustees have made, but I really have to think that the divisions around us that still have this in place, and it's been working for as many decades as it has, there's a reason for that. This motion, the way it's written right now, it's really wide open for us, if it were to pass, to develop our own way of doing it. It doesn't say in here that the trustees are even going to be involved in a vote or anything like that. Like, it could be something as simple as what Trustee Yeager said, where we get to submit a survey. I will say that there have been a couple of opportunities where I have wanted to bring up some things with regards to administration in schools, and I have been told or reminded that it is not our sandbox to do so. So as far as I'm concerned, this would be the only place where I can do that in advance of the positions being filled. We have big, I don't know, I think about potential things that are coming, and it would be nice to be in front of the decisions, at least seeing what's going on instead of being behind the 8 ball. So I would vote in favor of this.
Do you want to talk? Okay, I got 2 more and then we'll go to you to close. Okay, so I have Trustee Long, Trustee Hodges, then we're going to go to Trustee Toon for closing.
Good point. My only concern, I agree with a lot of what Trustee Gimber said, with the exception of this motion says that we would be involved in interviews. So it does state that we are going to have a direct involvement in what happens, not from the background, not giving our opinions and such, that we will be directly involved. Whether we're voting or not, this motion states that we are in the interview process, and that's what I'm against.
Trustee Hodges, and then we will have Trustee Toon close.
Thank you. I actually just wanted to speak to a little bit what Trustee Long actually just said. And maybe that's what it's going to come down to, is that just trustees, even the second part of the recommendation, establish guidelines and procedures for trustees' involvement, ensuring transparency, fairness, and accountability. And so I stated earlier, maybe that's redoing that parent survey and making sure that trustees are involved in that, and inviting community members to come sit in, like Trustee Yeager said. I don't think we need to be part of the interview at all, but I do see a role in helping to facilitate and us being able to share our voices too, and maybe what that looks like. But as it sits like this, I just feel like there's a better process for us as trustees to do rather than sit in the interviews. And I would love to be able to explore something further than that.
I've actually already gone to Trustee Toon. Trustee Toon, are you okay if I allow Trustee Gimber? Okay, Trustee Gimber, then we'll go to Trustee Toon to close.
I'd like to move that we table the motion until we can get some more information on what the other divisions do.
Okay, we will take a vote on tabling the motion. Okay? We can pause. So as you think about that, I will be asking for those who are opposed to tabling the motion. Oh, not yet, sorry. I will be asking, that's the question I'll be asking. Okay. So I will call the question on the motion to table the motion above until we get more information on what the other divisions' processes are. All those opposed to this motion to table? That is defeated. So we're back to the original motion, and we will allow Trustee Toon to close.
Thank you, Chair. Really struggle with some of the discussion that was points that were raised, talking about what our role as trustees are. I agree with Trustee Gimber. I don't think our role is to give individual input to the superintendent, and really troubled in hearing that multiple trustees have given input in the past on individual administrators. I think that that is severely outside our sandbox, and having processes in place I know is important. I don't think that the parent survey brings the accountability, transparency, and community perspective, and was brought a broad-based motion to try and capture a better way of doing this. We have severely low, in the entire decade I've been a trustee, severely low participation rate in those parent surveys. A lot of times it's coming at a time when the input isn't even able to be used by administration. But I feel that this process would help capture the intent behind it to help bring good governance and collaboration in this. Some of the things that happen in our jurisdiction that our neighbors might think is goes against governance would be attending Teton, procedure review committee. We've had trustees sit on that. That's 100% administration. School as a base camp, community as a classroom, had trustees sitting on that committee. And so I'd caution in saying that it isn't governance when it works so well for other divisions and they get a lot out of it and their communities get a lot out of it. It was talked about doctors. We wouldn't hire doctors. Well, community members do sit on doctor recruitment committees to help attract new physicians to the community. It doesn't mean you're an expert in medical field, but it's helping to sell your community to prospective people coming in. I appreciate the role our superintendent does in this division, and I think that this would enhance the work of the board and the superintendent in the division. So I'd ask all trustees to vote in favor and support this motion.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Toon. So I will read the, oh, sorry.
And I'll just ask for a recorded vote, please.
Okay, we'll have a recorded vote on this motion. Okay, I will read the motion again, and then I will call the question. So the recommendation is that the school board trustees shall be invited to participate in the interview panels for principal candidates alongside other relevant stakeholders deemed by the superintendent, such as administrators, teachers, or school council members. Furthermore, the board shall establish guidelines and procedures for trustee involvement in the interview process, ensuring transparency, fairness, and accountability. These guidelines shall outline the roles and responsibility of trustees, the selection criteria for the trustee, and the process for providing feedback on the process. I will ask for all those who are opposed to this motion. The motion is defeated, and I will turn the time back over. Oh, yes, recorded. Okay. I will turn the chair back over to Madam Chair Hodges.
Thank you. Moving on to E8, professional learning. One of the purposes of allocating personal professional PD funds is to empower board members to engage in relevant training that enhances their capacity to effectively govern the school board with confidence and respond to the ever-changing educational landscape. In order to foster transparency, collaboration, and cost-effectiveness, a more structured approach for sharing knowledge gained through PD is proposed. Recommendation: any trustee participating in a professional learning activity must present a report on the activity during the first regular meeting following their attendance. This report will be included in the consent agenda. Per diem for professional development will only be dispersed upon submission of this report. Trustee Toon, you were making that motion? Would you like to speak to it?
I would love to. Thank you, Madam Chair. We all know how important professional learning is. We, I think, do a tremendous job in this as a board, supporting trustees and attending relevant professional development. I think there is currently a gap in the reporting back process of that. It's a lot of other groups that I'm part of, it's a requirement to come back and report as part of the board meeting to the next board meeting, or having a form that you fill out that shares highlights and shares that excellent information with those who didn't attend, especially. And I think it's very transparent and helps get more value for the dollars that the division is inputting into that. I think in the recent conference that we attended to, there was slide decks and stuff that shares, and sometimes it's shared, sometimes it's not. But when there isn't the expectation that it's going to consistently happen, it doesn't consistently happen. So I think that this helps address that, and at the same time makes us all accountable and make sure that it's happening in a timely manner after we attend those things, which it's a great way to share. There was multiple times when we were at the last thing that things came up, it was just how amazing would this be to have discussions with our board even after the fact on these things. And so I think those are things we can highlight. And again, it also provides a repository for future board members to go back and they can see, well, I've seen 3 reports on this conference, and you could have a spot where you could recommend yes or no future attendance. Doesn't mean that trustees can't, but seeing that others found value in something, I think is powerful and can help share what trustees got out of it. So that's why I'm asking for your support in this motion.
Thank you, Trustee Toon. Any questions? Trustee Charchin, and then Trustee Long, and then Trustee Yegas.
I would support this motion. I believe that, and please correct me if I'm wrong, personal PD is still part of the jurisdiction dollars and our Board of Trustee dollars. Our personal PD, in my opinion, gives us the opportunity to choose professional development that we need as an individual to support the board as a whole. And so I believe that when we go to some professional development or professional learning opportunity, that we can bring back information that would be specific to us as a team. So maybe not necessarily what supports me as an individual trustee, but how it supports that we are working on and doing as Livingston Range Board of Trustees. So I would support this motion.
Thank you, Trustee Charcher. Trustee Long?
Yeah, I'm going to state, first of all, that I support this motion. I always, initially when I started here 7 years ago, I thought our monthly reports were important. And so that's my but. I am for this. However, if those of you that have been here for the 7 years recall, we turned down the reports. We actually had a motion to stop reports because people weren't doing them. So if we put this motion into effect, what will we do with the trust? And I heard the comment earlier about, I can't remember exactly how it went, but keeping track of what trustees do. What would we do to make sure that trustees write their reports after PD? It's all right to put it into power, but then how do we make sure that it's effectual? Before I vote, I'd like to know that.
I'll let Trustee Toon respond to you.
So the last line says, per diem for professional development will only be distributed upon submission of a report. So if you don't hand in your homework, you don't get paid for it. So it doesn't say, and I purposely didn't put in, doesn't say reimbursement from expenses. We don't want trustees, if the meeting date falls, you can still submit for your hotel, for your conference fees, for those type of things, but the per diem attached to it, I think it's not fair that you get, like you say, if it's not getting done, you shouldn't be paid for that, because I think it is a benefit to the board and should be brought back to the entire board.
Thank you. Does that answer your question, Trustee Long? Perfect. We have Trustee Yegas and then Trustee Gimber.
Thank you. I think that last question answered some of the per diem. It wasn't for everything. It was just for the per diem part of it. I think reports are, even though I hate doing them, I think reports are important. I think there's a lot of times when we go to meetings and they just sort of, the notes and everything that you have made just sort of sit on your desk for a year and then you tear them up and throw them away. And I think it's important that we do this. I don't know about the per diem part, but I guess I don't like having punitive things put into a motion, but I can see sometimes where it's necessary, I guess, and maybe even for myself. So, yeah, that's all. I'll end there.
Thank you, Trustee Yegas. Trustee Gimber?
Thank you. So I really like the idea behind this, this motion. I think that part of it doesn't go far enough. I think that, sure, submitting a report is good. I don't necessarily think that they're read all the time, and the information that is gathered at the professional development should be shared in person. It would help create relationships between trustees if we were sharing it at maybe a meeting of the whole. I know time is of the essence, but still, this could be a way that we can team build. It allows an open venue for somebody to ask questions about things that happened at that education event. So I think that while submitting something to be included in the consent agenda, great, but I don't think it takes this far enough. As for the timing, presenting a report on the activity during the first regular meeting following their attendance, I think that might be a little bit too tight, because if I attended something yesterday and then I'd have to have it in by today, like I'm a little bit of a perfectionist and I'd like my report to look real good, but I don't think that that's necessarily long enough. So while in spirit I like this, I think right now I need to mull over some changes to the recommendation itself.
Thank you, Trustee Gimber. Were you wanting to make an amendment then? Okay, you need to think for a minute. So we have Trustee Poitras and Trustee Charchin with their hands up. So we'll go with Trustee Poitras and then Trustee Charchin.
Okay, thank you. So just for a little bit of history, we used to do written reports. Then we got rid of those and moved to verbal reports. And I enjoyed that as well. And we did do them at meeting of the whole. So my comment is, I think this is a great idea. I do think, I remember looking at certain events coming up or different PD being offered and looking at notes from past years and being either encouraged or swayed, like, oh, last year John and Brad both went to this and they both said not governance focused, very academic. And so I was like, oh, okay, this is not worth going to for me with a governance view. So I think reporting is important. However, as chair of the timesheet committee, I would implore the board to put some parameters, not in the motion, but if this goes through, about what a report looks like. I and my fellow timesheet trustees do not want to be the ones who have to look and say, well, Trustee Poitras submitted a report that says, enjoyed this conference, would recommend, and added a link and say, that's not a good enough report, so we're not paying her. Or that is a good enough report, so we are paying her. I don't want to be the one who has to determine what a good or adequate or deserving report is. So I think there needs to be some parameters around it because, you know, I, like Trustee Higgis, do not love doing reports, and maybe may have been part of the reason that we stopped doing written reports. But I would tend more to leaning towards really enjoyed this conference, thought it was great. These two speakers were my favorite, link to the decks that share the slides. That might be my report. And if trustees don't think that's good enough, then there needs to be some parameters around it because I don't want to, or whoever is on the timesheet committee, I don't want those three trustees to have to be the ones to set those parameters and deem what that looks like and what's appropriate and what's not.
Thank you, Trustee. Go ahead, Trustee Charchen.
Oh, I appreciate what Trustee Poitras just shared with us. I'm wondering if, I think we have to be really intentional in writing those reports. So if I brought back a PowerPoint and shared it with the rest of you and you weren't there, I think it doesn't make a whole lot of meaning. In fact, I've experienced that for a long time. So I'm wondering if we could consider in our intentionality, bringing our report could consist of one or maybe two key points that would be relevant to all of us on the board or as a board as a whole that most stood out and why, and perhaps even a little bit about how that could influence our work. So not necessarily a big report on a whole conference, but one or two things that really stand out and would support the work we do. Thank you.
Sure. For sure, thank you. We have Trustee Toon, Gimber, and then Long.
Yeah, I could volunteer to bring a form that could be looked at a future meeting, just if this passes. I think it is key to have some correlated form factor to this, so we're getting consistency in what we're asking, and it does have multiple things, a few questions to ask, and then giving that space for links to share. But as Trustee Charchen mentioned, just the information without context isn't, I think, valuable. We need to help trustees bring it more in line and focus to what our board needs are.
Thank you. So Trustee Long is now going to go next. Thank you.
Yeah, I have a feeling we have an amendment coming up. I guess in the amendment that might be coming up, some things to consider would be either length of time, like 4 weeks after your PD, or something along the lines of the second time you put your timesheets in. So that, you know, if you might be just before a timesheet goes in at the end of the month, so we allow you the whole second timesheet period or things like that in our amendment, if we're going to have an amendment.
Thank you. Now we have Trustee Gimber.
I have an amendment, please. Okay. Oh, you want me to send it to you? Do you want to, can you copy what's there first? And then I'll put my changes, please, and thank you. Okay, so any trustee participating in a professional learning activity must present a verbal and written report on the activity within the next 2 planning meetings. Scratch the rest of that sentence, please. Okay, this report, oh, I'll let you finish that, sorry. This report, comma, submitted on a template, comma, will be included in the next regular meeting consent agenda. I don't even know if you need a regular meeting in there. And then whether you want to keep the per diem piece in there or not, I guess we can keep it in there. But I think it leaves open, if you're putting it in on a template, there could be a place for the people at the meeting of the whole to say that they approve it. I don't know. That's not for me. That's for the timesheet committee to figure out. That's my amendment, please. Thank you.
Okay, we have an amendment on the floor. I'll just read it quickly, and then I see your hand, Trustee Poitras. So any trustee participating in a professional learning activity must present a verbal and written report on the activity within the next 2 planning meetings. This report, submitted on a template, will be included in the next consent agenda. Per diem for professional development will only be dispersed upon submission of this report. Not you? Okay. Trustee Toon?
I think the approval process is having it be part of the consent agenda. If the consent agenda is approved, it's approved as part of the consent agenda. That way we're not overcomplicating it. And timelines, I would say 2 weeks before the agenda items are due. So if you have PD that happens after the 2 weeks before a board meeting, you're not expected to do that. But if you have the 2 weeks, let's say you take something at the first in our board meetings today, you'd have enough time to do that, because the challenge I see was saying the 2 planning meetings, we get further away and it's harder for things to get placed for remuneration. So I don't want to overcomplicate it, but still just having the expectation of that it's happened. But I think the approval process is best if it's just part of the agenda.
Thank you. Trustee Toon, were you changing anything, or you just, okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments, and we're just speaking to the amendment? Do we need to pause for a minute to let everybody read it again, or? All right, if there's no other comments, we'll let Trustee Toon close. Oh yeah, we do have to vote on the amendment. It's doing so good. Okay, we're going to vote on the amendment. And yeah, Trustee Kimber. We're just talking about the amendment. If you want to close on the amendment, Trustee Kimber.
Well, it's actually got me thinking a little bit now about how this all plays out and everybody's interpretation of it, because the first line there is saying that the verbal and written report are due within the next 2 planning meetings. But in order to be paid the per diem, you would have to, according to what I understand, Trustee Toon understands from what's written here, in order to be paid the per diem, you would have to have it submitted by the next regular meeting. Regular board meeting. So there needs to be some clarity in here, because I think it's ambiguous right now.
Trustee Toon.
I don't think it says next regular, it says just that it's part of the consent agenda. So whenever it would be on a consent agenda is when it would be approved. The per diem part of it is my interpretation of it, unless somebody's reading something different. It doesn't mean that the sharing or the reporting on it can't happen at a subsequent planning meeting.
Sorry. I don't know who had their hand up first. Okay, Trustee Poitras.
I'd like to make an amendment to the amendment. I would say, sorry, Nick, if you just want to copy and paste that same one, I'm just going to change the last sentence a little bit. Okay. So the last sentence, I would say, per diem for professional development will be paid after written report is approved in consent agenda. So even if you get your written report in and it is approved before you've had the opportunity to give your verbal report, if it's approved in the consent agenda, you can then be paid for it, and you may end up giving your verbal report 2 weeks later. That might happen because if I had professional development 6 days ago, I haven't had a meeting of the whole yet to report on it, but I may have gotten it in for our consent agenda today. So that way we're getting both verbal and written reports, but payment is upon the approval of the written report in a consent agenda.
Trustee Gimber. You had your hand up. What? Right, we are only speaking to the amendment now. So do you still have your hand up for that? Okay, so we are just speaking to the amendment. The amendment to the amendment, yes. Thank you. Any questions or comments? All right, seeing none. Trustee, okay. So we're going to just vote on the amendment to the amendment. I'm going to ask for any opposed. Carried. So now we're back to the amendment, which has in there the last line. So is there any questions or comments around the amendment now? I'll just add, I really appreciate the amendment to the amendment because I feel like it does give a little bit more clarity, and it does allow flexibility with our meeting of the wholes, because sometimes they're very full and maybe not always can fit in an agenda. So you can still be paid as long as it's in part of the consent agenda. So the verbal reports, I feel like that just provides more flexibility for the chair and vice chair when helping to plan the meetings. All right, so Trustee Gimber, would you like to close? No? All right,
No,
so I'll just read the amendment. We're voting on the amendment. Any trustee participating in a professional learning activity must present a verbal and written report on the activity within the next 2 planning meetings. This report submitted on a template will be included in the next consent agenda. Per diem for professional development will be paid after written report is approved in a consent agenda. Any opposed? Seeing none, carried. So now we go back to our motion. Now we're just, yeah, now this is our motion. All right. Do you want me to read it again? Trustee Toon? Yes, sorry.
Thank you, Chair. Really appreciate the discussion. I think it's really important that we continue on the sharing as we has been talked about, that we can build each other up by bringing the great things that we are learning about and providing value for the division for the dollars that are being spent on PD. So And I thank everybody for your support in this motion.
Thank you, Trustee Toon. I'm gonna,
I got a point of information. Uh, Does this include the PD activities that we did in this last month? Or will this be on for that? Because can we put it in on the PD activities we did for this month, for March?
no, this just falls into effect when this is approved.
So any PD that happens after March 25th of 2024. So if
Okay.
you've already completed
So
it,
we could
leave it
get
on your
approved for the
timesheet.
PD activities. That was my question. Thank you.
Recorded vote?
I
Okay.
didn't have my mic on,
Trustee
sorry.
Toon has asked for a recorded vote. Just give Nikki a minute. All right, I'm going to call the question, and I'm going to call anyone is against. Passed unanimously. Thank you, Trustee Toon. Yes? Oh, we need a 5-minute bio break? Okay. Call back. You're good? All right, I'm going to call us back. It's 1:30. We just have E9 left in our action items. Trustee Charlton, you asked to have E9, the professional PD pulled. Would you like to speak to it?
I would, thank you. I would like to request you use my professional development dollars, my personal, for a couple of things. One of them is an organization called Accelerate Climate Change Education and Canadian Teacher Education. They have trustee-related professional learning through this organization. And I could share an example with you if you are interested. I believe that this is an area that I have not heard us talk about, and there was a webinar shared through them that included Richmond School District and Toronto School District and others, and the action plans that the trustees are developing and coming forward in their districts. And should I do the second one, or do I need to do them separately, Chair Hodges?
Let's just do them separately, just in case one trustee doesn't deem one more than the other. So we'll just do this one first.
Okay, and if you have any questions, fire
Yes.
away.
Okay, so Trustee Charlton has asked to attend this. Is there any questions? Trustee Long and then Trustee Poitras.
Sounds interesting. Would you repeat it again, please, what it's called?
Sure thing. It is called Accelerate Climate Change Education in Canadian Teacher Education. And Nikki has the link that maybe she could share out with you if you're interested in having it.
She did, thank you.
Trustee Poitras.
Can you just give a little bit more? Is this an online? It looks like it's an afternoon,
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes, it's online, mostly webinars from what I have learned so far. Yes,
Okay, thank you.
my pleasure.
Any other questions? All right, seeing none. Trustee Charlton, did you have anything else you wanted to say about this?
I would. As everyone knows, I became a trustee as a result of a by-election, which resulted in not a lot of professional learning opportunities for new trustees. I have come across a onboarding resource that was developed by Foothills School Division that one of the trustees shared with me. They have a trustee guide to good governance handbook, as well as a trustee onboarding resource and a new trustee orientation that at a brief look and what I have access to looks very generic. It's not specific to their district. And I would like to request using some of my professional development dollars to be able to go through these resources and orientations.
That was your second request?
That was the second request,
Okay.
yes.
Trustee Toon, did you have a question around that?
Yeah, is that just requesting time to go through resources? Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Just a comment. Traditionally, in the past, we haven't approved time to do self-study. That isn't something that it was included with PD. I know there's a lot of great resources out there to read through, but the challenge is I'm a really slow reader, so I know for myself it would be a lot different amount of time and context of things like that. More online learning or conferences was professional development, but I might be misunderstanding.
I have been looking since I became a trustee to try to have the opportunity for the new trustee orientations, and this is the only thing that I found. I'm happy for you to put a number of hours that you might be comfortable. I feel like it's valuable for my learning and and therefore the work I do with you guys, with the board as a whole.
Thank you, Trustee Poitras.
Yeah, thanks, Kathy. I really appreciate that you've gone and looked at other websites, other school divisions, and looked for appropriate training. I feel like we all have access to our own personal PD dollars, which can be spent very fast. We know that those dollars can really rapidly disappear. Everyone has different approaches to how they use their PD dollars. Some only charge for travel and hotels, but not the actual per diem time when they're at something. Others choose to bring their own food when they're on the road and not charge for meals. So I respect that this is something that you feel would be very valuable to your growth as a trustee, and I'm sure that you will allocate the proper time that you feel appropriate and use the, amount of dollars that you feel will help develop this for yourself. I respect you using whatever strategies you want to use your PD dollars in whichever way you like, especially with something like this that is so dedicated. This is specifically to governance and school boards. And so I think it's great that you found this and that you want to take the time. I know we are all very busy, and I appreciate that you want to spend time and feel like this would best benefit you as a trustee and in your role of governance. So I would absolutely be in favor of you using your PD dollars for this if you feel that's appropriate. I said that I would be in favor of her approving these PD dollars for her to use if she feels like it would benefit her as her personal professional learning dollars.
Thank you. Trustee Toon, did you have your hand up, or was?
Sure. Yeah, I think this is covered by our monthly honorarium. I know it's specific to being a new trustee, but we all spend a lot of time reading. We've all done governance, previous boards have done governance book studies, and that wasn't included when we met to talk about things like that. That was at a meeting, but I don't feel that self-study is what the purpose of PD dollars is for.
Trustee Long?
Question for everybody. Hopefully somebody will answer this for me. I'm not sure about this one. In the past, we haven't given PD for research and study you do at home from books or online or whatever. So this kind of sets a negative precedent. On the other hand, I understand that Trustee Charchin did not get an orientation, and that this is probably very important for her to take. So my question to you is, does this set a negative precedent? Or should we allow this at this one time?
Trustee Poitras?
Yeah, for me personally, I would say everyone learns differently. You're a teacher, you know that. If I watch a webinar for an hour and a half, or I read something for an hour and a half and then do a survey after both one, some of us will do much better with that hour and a half of reading and diving into that study because we're reading it, we're writing things down. Whereas some of us, if we were at a webinar and then they had us get up and do a private FaceTime call with a partner and engage in dialogue, each of us are learning different. And I believe that if Trustee Charchin is saying, this is a great way for me to learn, I want to go through these, I honestly, it wouldn't bother me if someone chose to use all their PD dollars through book studies, if they're doing full reports and getting back to us on the PD. If that's the way that they learn best and will become a better trustee, I don't have a problem with that. I don't personally have a problem with that, especially given the reporting that we are now doing, both verbal reporting and written reports. So for me, I don't have a problem with it. I don't think it's negative.
Thank you. Trustee Long?
Trustee Gabriel, let me respond to that, please. So when we were studying the 7 habits, and we were all at home reading our books, would you agree if I had put in PD for that?
So that was a group PD session, and the time came out of our group PD dollars. If someone had wanted to put in their dollars for that as group PD, not coming from personal, if it was a group PD, that I think would be different because that's a shared pot. However, if you said our group PD is also going for personal PD, the time that it takes me to read this and also the notes that I'm making is hugely impactful, and I'd rather spend that money here than going to a conference, then I would have approved it from your personal PD dollars personally.
Trustee Gimber?
While I appreciate that Trustee Charchin came in on a by-election, when I think back to my first 6 months on the job, the training that I received is really no different than what she's already been exposed to. We did have a governance session when I first joined. She's had a governance session when she first joined. I had to read all of the manuals, the things that are listed in our PD, in the policy under trustee training and development with regards to board orientation and where to find the Education Act and the AERR and all of those things. It's all been, there's really no difference whether it's a by-election or not a by-election. So from that perspective, I don't think that the comment about it being a by-election versus not has any merit to this. I think it's opening up a can of worms, like Trustee Long said, with regards to you could pretty much submit any old thing then, as long as you report on it. And I haven't looked through to double check here in the policy that we have right now, but I've always thought that it was actually like conferences and sessions and webinars and things that actually have an agenda that you can read through and a definitive amount of time. So to me, that is something that is more qualitative and can actually be assessed by a timesheet committee than somebody just arbitrarily assigning an amount of time it takes to read through some materials.
Thank you. Trustee Charchin?
It's okay. I'm going to withdraw my comment. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Poitras?
Yeah, and just for clarity, PD dollars do have to be approved and then reported upon before. So I couldn't just say, I mean, I could say, I want to read Indian Horse. I think it's going to be great. Can you guys approve it? And the board could say no. So it does still have to be approved here. So Trustee Charchin is asking for something specific. She's told us why, and now we get to say, thank you, we don't approve that, or yes, we do. So even though it might open a can of worms or a different type of PD being accessed, that still has to be approved by the board. So if I also want to read, you know, The Storyteller, which has nothing to do with education or anything, the board could clearly say, no, that's not approved for PD. So there is still that level.
We have Trustee Toon, Trustee Gimber, and then Trustee Charchin.
Yeah, it's not as much the content that I'm having difficulty with, it's the process. I think it's too hard to track. It does require board approval for that, but approving a completely different type that is so challenging to do. I could listen to audiobooks all summer long on the tractor and say, I get lots out of this. I want to use my entire PD dollars to listen to audiobooks. Then I've listened to some amazing books about while I'm on the tractor, or podcasts to do with education and things that have been hugely valuable. And I've never thought, well, this time is being used, I should be putting it in for PD. So I think that that's just a place I don't feel comfortable going. Not to say that this isn't valuable, and I appreciate Trustee Church in bringing this forward, but I think that would need a bigger discussion with a policy around it, and then more things than just approving it at this time.
Thank you. Trustee Gimber?
Within our policy 7, it does say that an annual budget for trustees shall establish individual allocations to encourage attendance at professional development activities related to the board's priorities. So if this is approved, we will need to amend that policy.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Charchin?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch what Trustee Gimber just said, but I'm wondering, would it be viewed differently if one of the trustees from Foothills School Division led me through their orientation, rather than me reading about it? Does that change and meet our rules?
I'm not sure, Kathy. Trustee Yeagas?
I think Trustee Tuner brought this up. I think this is something we have to look at as at a meeting of the whole. Is that exactly what does our personal professional development mean? Because I think all of us have different ideas, and I agree. I think sometimes the reading has a lot of importance and things to it. I think right now we could debate this for a long time because everybody has their own opinion. So I would like to leave this to this second one so that we can look at it and say what is included in personal professional development, because I could see this coming up in the future too.
Yeah, I'm just going to clarify that. Yeah. So, Trustee Yeagas, would you like to table the second part of this and bring back more information? Is that what you're asking?
Well, I don't want to step on Trustee Harton's toes or anything else in regards to this, but what I would like to do is I think and I don't think any committee should be looking at it. I think as the committee of the whole should look at it, the planning committee.
Trustee Gimber and then Trustee Toon.
Okay, so I believe that this is covered in Policy 8, Section 7. There's 2 spots. It says an annual budget for trustees shall establish individual allocations to encourage attendance at professional development activities related to the board's priorities. Section 7.6 says in order to access PD funds, the individual trustee will request approval at a public board meeting to ensure that the funds are being spent in line with relevant trustee professional development activities, board goals, and priorities. There's no need to table this. All the information is within Policy 8 right here. We can vote on it tonight, right now.
Trustee Toon and then Trustee Charchin. Oh. Trustee Charchin?
Trustee Gimber, can you repeat? Does it say that we have to be at professional development?
Yes, Policy 8, 7.4 says at professional development activities related to the board's priorities.
So it seems like in the day of a lot of electronic age and changes we've made in all the business we do, that having to be at a professional development activity maybe needs to be looked at.
Trustee Poitras?
Yeah, I hear what Trustee Charchin is saying because we have approved speakers' corners, which happen every month. However, you don't have to attend it right then and there in person. You can watch it later at any time. So if you can't attend it Tuesday night, then you can just watch the speakers' corner Thursday morning or Friday morning. So, however, it's something that you access online and are watching. So I guess you could say you're attending that, but I see what Kathy Charchin is saying is like some of them we don't attend at the same time or actually in person while it's live. So I guess I would say we need to just look at this policy again, but maybe for now, just deal with this one.
Thank you. Trustee Long?
Yeah, I think Trustee Yeagas has a really good point. And I think Trustee Charchin has opened up a can of worms, her first big one. We need to discuss this further because, wow, it's a broad scope and what is attending, but we do need to deal with this one today. I think the way the policy reads is even if you're at home, you're attending what you're watching or what you're listening to. And if you're simply, and I don't like the word simply, but if you're just, and don't like that word either, sitting at home in your chair reading a book, according to our policy, you're not attending. That's how it reads now, but I definitely think this needs further discussion.
Thank you, Trustee Long. Okay, so I think we've had pretty good discussion around this. Let's deal with the first request first. So Trustee Charlton has requested to use personal PD dollars for Accelerated. It's a climate change education and Canadian teacher education webinar. I'm going to, is there any opposed? Okay, that one's carried. Moving on to the second one, request to use personal PD for time to review resources, the Foothills Trustee Guide to Good Governance Handbook.
Wait, can you pause for a second?
We're just going to pause for a sec. Trustee Charchin?
I'm just wondering if we could just change review resources because it's an actual course that you go through. So let me just look at my notes. It's an onboarding resource and orientation. So it's more than just reviewing them. Thank you.
So, sorry, Kathy, I missed part of that. So it's an online course or it is like you go through the course? So, sorry.
Sorry, just trying to find my unmute button. So it's an onboarding resource which you go through a variety of activities as well as the new trustee orientation. So it's not just about reading and gleaning information. There's a process, questions, reflection, that kind of stuff that's part of the process. So I just like it reflected that it's more than just reviewing resources or different than reviewing resources.
Okay, thank you. Trustee
Thank
Toon?
Yeah, I attended a session from Foothills at CSBA in the summertime, and they talked about some of the stuff they do, and it's similar to what Terry Gunderson does, where you cite goals and you pencil some things out. So to me, it's more like a workbook, so it's still something pretty static. It's not an online course with objectives or outcomes. It's still it's an online handbook with a few activities that are built in, but it's not reflected in. I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, so. Yep, we're going to pause for 1 minute. Sure, Trustee Poitras?
Yeah, so Trustee Churchin, I'm just looking here and I just wonder if, like it's talking specifically about roles and responsibility, Foothills School Division Board of Trustees, as the elected body, the Board of Trustees shall provide direction and leadership to the Foothills School Division. So I wonder if maybe doing one for another school division for their onboarding for when they get new trustees, or it might cause some confusion because we see that governance is very different in here. They might talk about your role when helping with hiring of new principals or things like that. And so, yeah, I wonder if, you know, maybe not doing governance specifically for onboarding in another school division, but maybe one through ASBA.
Trustee Kimber? Yeah.
Oh, okay. I was just going to say that it seems like I'm under the impression that Trustee Charchin is worried about not being able to spend her professional development budget. And I attended the ASBA governance course last year, and it was very valuable. And they will be running it again in the fall, I'm quite sure. So you could put a motion forward to use your funds for that. Just a suggestion.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I would like to call the question.
Okay, question has been called. We'll go to the motion. Request to use personal PD on time for onboarding resources and trustee orientation through the Foothills School Division, Trustee Guide to Good Governance and Handbook. I'm going to call for any opposed. That one is defeated. Is there any other PD requests at this time? Trustee Long and Trustee Gimber.
This is not a PD request from me. This involves the timesheet committee and Trustee Charchin. Trustee Charchin, do you not have a PD request that's actually retroactive because of misinformation you received? You thought it was going to be per diem, and actually it turns out you should have put in for PD, but you weren't aware of it at the time. You were under the impression, you were given the impression that it was per diem. Do you not want to make your PD claim for that now?
Yeah, sorry. I didn't know that I was supposed to do it here. Give me 2 seconds.
Okay, while we're waiting for you, Trustee Charchin, we'll go to Trustee Gimber.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
I'm seeking approval to use my PD funds for the FNMI conference. It's an important part of my role on the FNMI Wisdom and Guidance Council Committee. So I'd like to attend that, please.
Okay. Would anybody else like to attend that conference along with Trustee Gimber? Trustee Poitras? So Trustee Poitras and Trustee Gimber are seeking approval to attend the FNMI conference. Was there anybody else? Do you know the dates of that? Go ahead, Kathy.
Sorry, would I be able to bring that forward at a little later date? Or do I need to request it now?
You can request it now, and if you're unable to attend, that's okay, but you have permission to attend. It's a retroactive one. Oh, the proactive one? Or are you talking about the FNMI one?
Then I'd like to put my name in there as well.
She wanted the FNMI one, and then she'll talk about the other one. Okay. Oh, never mind. Okay, thank you. And so we have that request, and then Trustee Charchin, did you have your other request?
I do. I would like to use my my personal dollars for the virtual federal advocacy session that was on February 21st, that I joined that webinar through ASBA.
Trustee Long?
Yeah, on behalf of the timesheet committee, I'll speak to this. Trustee Charchin was under the impression, just the way things happened at that time, that this was per diem. And she put it in on her timesheet for per diem, and we rejected it. So even though this is retroactive, it was based on the fact that she was given, received misinformation, and the timesheet committee felt that she could bring this forward, even though she'd already attended, at a later date and asked to claim it on her PD, which it should have been in the first place.
Thank you. Alrighty, we have 2 requests on the floor. We'll go to the first one. Trustees Gimber, Poitras, and Charchin have asked to use their PD funds for the FNMI conference the 24th to 26th of 2024. Any opposed? Seeing none, carried. And then we'll go to the Trustee Charchin's request to use personal PD funds for the February 2024 retroactive claim. Was there any questions around that one? I think Trustee Long clarified that. Okay. Do we have the name? It was through ASBA. I attended the same one.
Yeah, it was the virtual federal advocacy session from February 21st. Yep, virtual federal advocacy session. You bet.
By ASBA.
Thank you, Trustee Poitras. No. All right. Any questions around that, or we got it it's clarified now? So I'll call the question. No? Any opposed? Carried. All right. Oh, Trustee Long?
So Trustee Church, and that will go on tomorrow's timesheet, please?
Thank you, Trustee Long, and thank you for reminding me to bring it up here. I appreciate that.
All right, everyone, we're moving on to our discussion items, which is F1, our First Nations, Métis, and Inuit support update. Richard Feller, Associate Superintendent, Human and Learning Services, will provide the board an update of the work being accomplished through the division. Mr. Feller.
Thank you. I'd like to start with a little of the Blackfoot I know, as I usually do. Oki Sanadapi, Nadanagu Apinako Wakima. My Blackfoot name is Morning Horse Herder, which was given to me by Elder Peter Weasel Moccasin. I'd like to share that as part of that experience, as I was leaving the naming circle, that one of the First Nation elders that was nearby said to me, I hope you understand how important this is and that you are now going to represent all of our students in a good way. And so I want to first say how humbled I am to have this as part of my portfolio, and at the same time share the worry around not being good enough. Knowing that there's a lot of work to be done, that we're continually doing that, but at the same time, not getting the results that we were hoping for. So this is an ongoing process that we are committed to in Livingstone Range, and we are currently working with as many individuals and groups as we can to ensure that this work demonstrates efficacy for all of our First Nation, Métis, and Inuit students in our division, and that they will have the same experience to the same degree of success as all other students do. Nikki, can you start the presentation? And we're going to skip through things fairly quickly at the beginning because you've seen much of what I've put forward for you. Next one, I'm not going to do this, but obviously every student every day is central to everything we do. We've shared some of this information with you before, and so I just want to draw your attention to a couple of things. One, leadership. The leadership that we are trying to expose our students to is leadership that means what it means to them. Not so much that authentic leadership piece that we're thinking of from somebody standing at the front of a classroom or the front of an organization, but leadership from within. When we talk about the culture, does everybody see themselves in the school? Do they see themselves reflected in the learning agenda, whether that's through curriculum or through their experiences? And academics, understanding that every single student is planned for. Next slide, please. You're well aware of where our community resides, and we're very fortunate to be in Blackfoot territory. We know that the Métis have also spent much time here in these areas, meeting with Blackfoot as well as others through that journey. If we can go forward, please. In the business plan, I just wanted to draw your attention to the piece around the collaborative response will continue in Livingston Range schools to effectively support every student. While that in and of itself doesn't necessarily speak to First Nation growth and achievement, or First Nation Métis or Inuit growth and achievement, it really is the framework and the structure that we use to support the learning and the connection. Next slide, please. You'll see in the next few slides that our First Nation funded enrollment, and just enrollment in general, has been decreasing, specifically since COVID. Next slide, please. The First Nation Alberta Ed funded enrollment going up in this area is Indigenous students who are leaving our community to be educated on reserve. Next slide, please. This is our enrollment based on Division 1, 2, 3, and 4. And you'll see that our high school enrollment is actually up. I mean, there's a few variables that we could look at correlationally, that as we had larger numbers staying with us and following through to the end, whereas there's less starting with us earlier on in elementary. Next slide, please. These numbers, I want to draw your attention specifically to the increase in our Métis students, number of Métis students who have self-identified. This is due in large part to the work of Joel Gamache and his ability to connect in each of our schools to demonstrate what it means to be Métis. And so, as just an aside, we provide sashes for our graduates in grade 12, and one of our Métis students would like a sash, but is just not really that comfortable in getting that recognition in front of his non-peer or his non-Métis peers. And so there's still work to do in establishing that cultural piece where people see themselves and the value of their culture within the system. So we're working towards that. Next slide, please. Our First Nation, Métis, and Inuit Working Committee has been in place basically over the last, I'm going to guess, around 20 years, because I recall it when I first started teaching. And while I believe we've had really good support, direction, understanding within that small group, it doesn't necessarily translate into benefit for student learning in our First Nation, Métis, and Inuit students. So we're developing a lot of really good things, but they're not necessarily having that that effect in the schools. Next, please. As you can see, we have a couple of communities that have large First Nation population. If we were looking at Willow Creek, the increased number of up to 15 students who identify, those are primarily Métis students who have identified, but the larger number of First Nation students is really in Fort Macleod and Pincher Creek. Next, please. You'll see the data here is very similar for First Nation student achievement as well as non-First Nation student achievement in the sense of how close they are provincially to one another. There's a big gap between achievement of non-First Nations versus First Nation, but if you take a look at what those blue and yellow dots, how close they are together, is fairly similar to the provincial for our non-First Nation students. Next, please. This is a clear demonstration of not being able to meet the standards of the PATs within our jurisdiction. This is something that we've really been focusing on over the last couple of years and will continue to do so. But it's very clear here that there is some work to be done. Next slide, please. In our diploma exams really are better than what our PATs are. So once our students are able to get into the diploma courses, their achievement is better than at the elementary and junior high PAT results. Next, please. Our dropout rates are actually quite good, meaning that we don't have as many students dropping out. Those that do, you'll notice that their graduation rates are going up after a certain number of years. So that grade, or that 4-year, 3-year, 4-year, 5-year average, we have more students that are graduating in the 4 years than we've had in the past, but we also have recognized that the 5-year average is a little bit higher as well. Next, please. Transition to post-secondary, you'll see that, again, the lines between the provincial government, or the provincial students, and our Livingstone Range students are fairly similar in terms of the gap between the province and us, and that's indicated very closely with our First Nation students performing as well as the provincial, or close to. Next, please. As we take a look at the successes that we've had within the division, it really started with a focus on culture. What do we bring to our schools to celebrate First Nation, Métis, and Inuit culture into our schools? And so one of the things that I'll talk about a little bit later is what our elders and our schools are hoping for in the future. But really, a lot of the success that we're having is around bringing in some authentic ways for all students to connect through an Indigenous lens. Next one, please. The land-based programming has had a huge impact overall in our division, and as we start to take a look at ways to connect students with curriculum, connect students with credits, and connect students with one another and their communities, we see that the land-based work that we're doing is one of those ways that's demonstrating really good efficacy. Next, please. One of the things that Joelle has been able to do as a teacher that has benefited the jurisdiction in a really strong way is the elbow-to-elbow work that he's done with our teachers in bringing that meaning and sense and purpose to curriculum. If people can't see themselves in the curriculum, it makes it very difficult for it to be engaging. I had the pleasure of being in a couple of classes, one a grade 3 class, another one a kindergarten class, and watched the beauty and professionalism of a couple of teachers who were able to weave Indigenous ways of knowing and being, not only through curriculum, but through structure and function in their classes. And so we know that the work that's been done in the past is having some benefit in that connection, and over time, the assumption is that will lead to greater achievement when we start to focus more in that regard. Next, please. I think one of the amazing things that we were able to do is work with Rupert's Land. It's provided a lot of connection for us, both financially and knowledge-based wise. We've had two sessions so far where Rupert's Land has come down to our division and worked with our teachers. I think Trustee Yegas had mentioned earlier on that Rupert's Land was going to be doing a session for the board, and I really look forward to hearing about that, or maybe even being able to be a part of that. We are currently working with Rupert's Land to provide a day on the land for our teachers and our administrators to take a look at what plants as medicine are reflected through the lens of Métis and Blackfoot. So that's what we're currently working on right now. Next, please. You've been made well aware of all of the supports we're receiving from Jordan's Principle. We, without a doubt, would not be able to support resource-wise the students that we have without these grants. The challenge that we've come into is that our elders and knowledge keepers have a concern that this could be divisive. There's supports for First Nation and then not for non-First Nation, or vice versa. And so one of the things that we're working at is to ensure that what we are providing balances with what Jordan's principal is providing, so that all students' needs can be met. Next, please. This next piece, I think, is a huge testament to the work and focused work of one of our schools in the division. We had a success coach that has been working with teachers, but really focused on student graduation rates and what those students might need moving forward to be successful. And so when they were looking at their data, they looked back to 22, 23, recognizing that 75% of the First Nation students at that school were at risk for failing in at least one core subject area. So in September, the plan through Jordan's principal was to be super focused, laser-like focused on supporting these students through to graduation. And so the teacher, is a teacher, has scheduled time for academic support and assignment completion and helping with the study. And students are actually now looking for times to make sure that they are getting the support that they need. Next, please. Keep going, yeah. So with the support of an adult who can help map out their trajectory, students are being more successful. So this year in January, 15 of the 16 high school students successfully completed all their core classes, which is a huge celebration. One of the, Nikki, next slide, please. This is just affirming. You know, this is a grade 10 student who said to their teacher, "This is the first time I can remember ever passing a class." That's that level of commitment that's needed by our teachers. And we have that. But what it is we need the structure and the support and the resources to do it, so that all of our students can be successful. Next, please. These are newsletters that have been created by some of our schools. We'll just flip through those. There's lots of great work that each of our schools are doing in bringing First Nation, Métis, Inuit perspectives into the school and bringing the people that can do that with them. So the resources that we have, whether it's through Jordan's principal or division-wide resources, bringing in those knowledge keepers to work with our elders and knowledge keepers to work with students and staff, is having a great benefit. Next slide, please. As with anything, there's always some challenges, and I began at the beginning of this talking a little bit about the challenges. We do have those, as you know, and it's not just for our First Nation, Métis, and Inuit students, it's for all students, but to a much higher degree in this area. So the challenge of lack of academic achievement and what the causes for those things are, we are addressing those as we go, but we're still not there yet. Mental health support, we've hired a mental health therapist, an Indigenous mental health therapist. We've got societal issues, teacher time and expertise, cultural aspects versus school experience. What is it that we should be teaching? Do we step into the culture of another group and try to bring that into the classroom? Or do we bring the people of that culture into the classroom? The other big challenge is that we have 3,800 students in our division, and we are supporting teachers in every single school around the TQS. About 90% of our Indigenous students are at 4 schools within our community. And so does that time and effort spread out over the whole division? Is that demonstrating efficacy or not? Next, please. Our next steps are really to continue to build that community, to build community relationships. And I think through ACTUA and the land-based camps that we're doing, that is a really good anchor to it, because you can't move forward without the communities being invested in those camps as well. So I think that's one way that we're able to authentically bring people together. I think through the elder consultants that the board works with to bring their perspectives into the decision-making process that the board has is valuable. Building those relationships that Trustee Yegas is talking about, bringing in the Rupert's Land to work with the board, all of those things are important because we can't have a relationship without being in relationship. And so bringing people together is a super important piece to that. We can't delegate that responsibility for truth and reconciliation to others. We all have to be on that journey together. You'll see that our grants are being requested at a greater rate than ever before. As we take a look at Jordan's principle, you'd asked Jordan Gunderson whether or not we were going to be able to be proactive planning. It's really a challenge. The grants are looked at when they're looked at, and the money is resourced when it's approved. And so while we have a strong belief that those things will come to fruition, it really is a challenge to move forward. Next, please. This is the piece that I was just talking about, continuing to build those relationships and work authentically with elders. Next, please. One of the pieces that was shared with me that as we work together, relationship is really about being in ceremony. And if we can start things in a good way, I think that's one of the benefits that the land campus had, is that it was started in a good way. There was a pipe ceremony that was held to start the land camps, and partially because of that, we believe that we're making great inroads in that regard. Next, please. You can see some pictures of things that are happening out in the Crowsnest Pass at Peaks, but this isn't just one, this is only one place where this occurs. It should be occurring in all of our schools. Understanding what makes our schools, our communities, and our regions, what's the word? Make them unique and special is all there. We just need to be able to find it. Next, please. This is our one of our elders in residence, Joe Eagletail Feathers, who continues to work with us. Joe is a medicine man as well, and so we're hoping that in our next professional development, that he'll be able to work with one of the Métis knowledge keepers that we're working with to provide Blackfoot perspective and Métis perspective in that work together, so that it's not seen as something separate and distinct, although it is separate and distinct, but it's different ways of looking at it. Next, please. I was going to show the video, but I know that you have all watched that video numerous times, and so in order to catch up, I think I'm right on time. Do you have any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Keller. Any questions? Trustee Poitras.
So if I'm understanding the information correctly, we've done a good job of helping our Indigenous students see themselves in the school as far as culture. We're seeing more identifying, especially as Métis, from Joel Gamash's work, which we really appreciate. But we're still not having as much success as we would like to see with that academic success for these students. So now that we've reached kind of that safe and caring space, which took time, is it now that we're trying to look at and achieve some of those academic successes through our current curriculum and Blackfoot ways of knowing and being, and trying to bring those together and now focus on the curriculum? Is that?
Yeah, I mean, those two are not mutually exclusive at all. Ultimately, we don't give up the things that work in that cultural perspective. That will continue, but it really is that laser-like focus on understanding where the access points are for every single student. And when we can bring it down and synthesize it to an individual and understand them so well, then it really removes that barrier of of a system, like a school system or a way of thinking or a way of being, because we know them well enough that we're going to program plan for them individually. And that's where that collaborative response comes in. It also comes in to support teachers in developing their efficacy and their capacity. And really, it's about believing that every single student can learn, that they believe it wholeheartedly. And we know our teachers do. We have amazing teachers out there. And so our work is to support them in their development and their growth to meet that academic need that we are missing. And it's not unlike all of our students' academic need. We're there.
Thank you. And then just another question. I know that in the past, we've had a lot of movement between kids being on reserve and then attending school off reserve, and we kind of have an understanding with both PPOE and KBE about kids moving back and forth. Do you find, or do we know if there's success for kids who spend their high school, that 4 years of 9, 10, 11, and 12, either on reserve or off reserve rather than moving back and forth? Or do we not have data on that? Or have we had any conversations about that with those administrators at those schools as well?
Yeah, I mean, we don't have specific data related to numbers of students who are successful in transitions. We do know that the more transition a student has in their lifetime at school, the less likely they are to have success. And so we track those things just through research, but individually, no. Yeah, but conversations are had. We really don't, we would love students who start with us to stay with us.
Any other questions? No? Thanks, Richard.
All right, thank you.
All right, we have our Edwin Parr nomination for F3.
I'm so excited. We didn't have any teachers last year who met the requirements of being able to be nominated for an Edmund Parr Award. And this year, not only do we have somebody that meets the requirements, but they go well beyond the expectation. I had the pleasure of following Mr. Kuzik into Michael McTy's room to watch the amazing things he does for students. And I think we both can say that Michael is top notch. We're excited to see where he goes as an educator, and we certainly hope it's with us. And so we're excited to announce that we have nominated Michael McTy for the 2024 Edwin Parr Teacher Award, and we're pretty sure he can win. We know he can.
Fingers crossed, yes. I've heard nothing but great things from some of the students and from parents about him. So I'm super excited that he is our nominee this year. And so, yeah.
It's tough to even find him in a classroom because he's surrounded by students all the time.
Absolutely, yeah. Trustee Poitras?
Yeah, I just want to sing Mr. McTy's praises as well because I'm in the school a lot. I've seen him, he's spending time coaching. And we all have that teacher that we say, you know, it was this teacher for me, and Mr. McTy is definitely that for one of my boys. He's had such an impact and really changed his life forever. And we're very lucky that he is from Fort Macleod and that he chose to come back. And there's nothing better than a student who went to a school that wants to come back and be a part of that school. And I'm just so excited for his nomination, and I would be shocked if he didn't win. So if you know of anyone on that panel, just kidding. But he's an amazing teacher, and I'm very excited for him.
Anything else? Any other comments? All right, perfect. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
We look forward to it. All right, moving on to F4 is our Nanton update. The Nanton School Advisory Chair will update the Board of Trustees on the Nanton Schools. Trustee Toon.
Is there anything to update about Nanton? I don't know. No, we are thrilled with the recent announcement that we've had in Nanton. It's been so long in coming and such a huge amount of work that's been into that. So I'd just like to start off by saying thank you to our staff, our administration, to Mr. Perry for his tireless efforts in working with Alberta Infrastructure and Alberta Education, and making sure that our submissions went above and beyond meeting the requirements. Our past MLA, Roger Reed, and our current MLA, Chelsea Petrovic, did an amazing job of advocating on our behalf as well. Our committee members, both the town of Nanton and MDO Willow Creek, for meeting with us on an ongoing basis to help move this project forward. They have a lot of help in the upcoming months as we meet to discuss decanting and other things that are going on with the project. And lastly, our School Enhancement Committee. These are an amazing group of community members that have stepped up to try and enhance the school projects there, and currently they're working on both their original Learning Commons fundraising goal, but have added to that the intent of trying to fundraise for expanded shop space as well. So kudos to them for their amazing work that they've done. They've really hit the ground running and done a phenomenal job with that. We have a meeting in the next couple weeks with our committee, and we'll be moving forward with that. Just again to highlight the timeframes of that. We're in the planning stages of that and the design stage, and that doesn't conclude till December. So there are rumors out there that kids will be moving this fall, and that is not true. They'll be staying where they're at the time being, and as we roll into spring, we'll continue on into the building portion of it, but everyone will be in their current locations for the 2024-25 school year. Is there anything else that Mr. Perry or the committee members would like to highlight? Thank you all for your amazing work, trustees. I know there was a lot of times that our board members would grab the arm of the education minister every time we saw them and remind them of Nanton, and being our number one priority for over a decade, there was a lot of time trustees spent advocating, and it was definitely to the benefit of Nanton and our jurisdiction. So thank you all for your tremendous work as well.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, I know we had one trustee who said, I'm going to have Nanton done by the time I'm done being a school board trustee. Well, that didn't happen, but now it has. Mr. Perry?
The only thing that I might add is whether there's a communication that comes from the board to thank the Minister of Education for the announcement.
Perfect, thank you.
Sure, I'd love to make that motion. And also, I think we would be appropriate to send also a letter to our current and former MLA for their support and helping advocate for the project as well.
Okay. Thank you, Trustee Toon. Any questions around that? Nikki's just getting it to our current and former MLA. You said, right? Yeah. For the support for Nanton, or advocating for the project in Nanton. Trustee Toon, does that look good? Trustee Yugas?
Are you going to write the letter, or Trustee Toon, or do you want the advocacy to do it?
I think the board chair should be able to handle that. If the advocacy committee is meeting, then they can decide if they want to help out, but I think it's fine as is.
Okay. I'll do it. I've been told. All right, perfect. So we just have the motion on the floor for communication to the board to thank the Minister of Education, the current and former MLA, for advocating for the project in Nanton. Any opposed? Carried. Oh, yeah, and Trustee Toon made that. Thank you. Any other communication, Trustee Toon? Or is that perfect? All right. Kathy Charchin has asked to have a Granum update, so that is F5. Trustee Charchin, would you like to speak?
Yes, thank you. Another celebration. around the collaboration of Livingstone Range and Granham School. We met in late February for a community engagement session, and following that were some surveys and then a vote. Surveys were around childcare and in their community, which has been going on has been an ongoing concern. And so from the survey, the daycare and before and after school surveys were very positive, and it seems like there is enough interest from parents. So district personnel from Livingstone Range will continue their conversations with 2 service providers who have expressed interest beginning in the 2024-25 school year. The people working on that expect to have a report available for the Granham Parent Council by mid-April. Following that was a vote to move to a 4-day school week in 2024-25, which was voted in favor by the Granham families. So yeah, big movement and change. And at the last Granham Parent Council meeting, the people attending expressed their very deepest gratitude for the collaboration and working together with Livingstone Range.
Thank you, Trustee Charchin. Any questions for Trustee Charchin? Or if anybody has anything they wanted to add? Trustee Poitras.
Yeah, I just want to say it's really exciting. It's about 1.5 years ago that we started looking at Nanton. They were having some declining enrollment and really looking for a solution that would work for the Granham. My bad. Nanton's also happening. Granham. That would work for the Granham community, and there's been lots of meetings. I was a part of them as chair, and now Chair Hodges is a part of them as well, to find the right solution. And I'm just overjoyed it was, I believe, over 95% voted in favor to move to is that right? 94. It was over 90% voted in favor to move to a 4-day school week. Before and after school care has been discussed and is being moved towards. So Granham is such a special community and a very special place that we want to see the school thrive and grow there as well. And so it just makes me so happy to see all that work and all those conversations now at this time coming to fruition, and then to see in the future what that will look like. So just very impressed by the MD and all the parents being very active and involved, and even community members that don't have kids in the school, and all the trustees and administration that has been involved. So just want to congratulate everyone for looking for a solution and seeing this progress now, 18 months later, and now moving forward. So congratulations to the community of Granham and the school out there.
Thank you, Trustee Poitras. Very well said. All right, everyone, that comes to the end of our agenda. I do see we have in camera next, but I think we can do our 3 key messages first before we move in camera. So we want to do our 3 key messages. Trustee Long and Trustee Poitras. Okay. Trustee Long, can you just use your mic so we can make sure Kathy can hear you?
Regional School Council terms of reference, and I think we mentioned to them that the chair will be attending the AGM and the conference, along with any parent council and the other parents that attend, and that afterwards the chair will give a report to each school council.
Perfect. Trustee Poitras?
The capital, the 3-year capital plan, and
even though I'm often against 4, there might need to be 4. I really think we need to celebrate our Edwin Parr nomination and share that success. And then, does someone else have their hand up? Okay.
Trustee Tu?
I think instructional funding allocation, it's typically been that in the past, and something that we want to share out as well.
Trustee Poitras, did you wanted to add something else? There is, and so it happens sometimes more. Trustee Lung?
Yeah, we had a good meeting, didn't we? Yeah, because there is quite a bit. I think all the school councils be interested in the Nanton 4-day week. So
Granum.
Granum, Lacey did that to me. Yeah, I think they'd be interested in all of them, and we might have 4 messages there, but some of them are brief.
5.
5, but that's a brief one, but I think they'd be interested in it.
No, I think that is correct. Yeah.
Having it on there may also give us the opportunity to share a little clarity, because I have had members of my community and community of Pincher Creek asking, I thought you guys were engaging with us about 40 weeks, like, so are we still doing that, or is it just Granum? Or so being able to share that information that they independently decided to move to a 4-day week, but we are still engaging. I think that that's a great place that we can share some of that information.
Agreed, thank you. Trustee Toon, and then Trustee Long.
Yeah, I was gonna add that. I think it's a great conversation, but if then the key messages, if we could have a statement that talks about that we have more information coming at our April board meeting about engagement and stuff, and maybe about referencing the motion, because I've had the same people assume that since Granum has hit the ground running, that everybody's gonna follow suit shortly after. So, but no, it's a great thing to celebrate.
Perfect. Trustee Long? Oh, okay. We have 5 key messages, which is great. Normally we do our presentations, and so I don't know if you as a board, if we are going 5, if we're going to go 6, because are we good with not our presentations today? I mean, we have 1 on there, the Edwin Parr nomination, so we're okay with leaving the other one off? Okay, we'll just stay at 5. We'll hold at 5. Any press releases, items from today's meeting? Okay, perfect.
Sorry, just for clarity, we have had a press release already about the Granum 4-day week and the Nanton funding. Is that correct? We've had it for both of those,
Yes.
right? And we don't traditionally do a press release around our Edwin Parr, do we? Have we in the past? It has been
Yeah.
shared out. Okay,
Facebook and social.
that's what I thought. So just, okay, thank you.
Yep. Trustee Toon?
Maybe the press release on the capital plan. It's something that's really big, especially with the recent approval on our capital plan from our previous number 1, that it might be great to start the discussion and sharing that out.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Hearing no others. All right. So can I get someone to move us in camera? Trustee Poitras at 2:43.